So I'm going to begin this morning by just kind of going through a workflow process. We're essentially going to start by pretending that we've accepted a job that's called in. I'm going to create that job, make a work order from it, show you how to generate a map, show you some different options in generating that map, getting it print off. Then we're going to move it over to an invoice. And then once we get to that point, we'll start taking a step back, and I'm going to show you every step that allowed us to get to that point along the way. So again, I'm going to get really in depth here. I know that a few of you people in here probably some of this stuff's going to be a little redundant to you, but I really hope that in that redundancy I show and reveal something too that maybe you were unaware of that you could do. So again, feel free to interject at any point with questions. I think the more questions that you ask today, the better. Our end goal here is obviously to educate you and hope that you take a lot away from this. And also too, if you have any questions after the show at any point, if there's something that I brought up that you want to go more in depth over in the future, feel free to let us know and we'll do whatever we can to help you out. So in order for us to create a work order, we have a tool in our program that's called scheduling. And so I want you to think of scheduling as like a virtual work order book. I know that a lot of the operators in here probably have like a big notebook or a big binder, which is what I was used to having, to where you're writing out all of your work orders. And there's nothing wrong with that way at all. But I'll just tell you from that instance that I spoke about before, when I was used to writing things down in the book, we got really busy in 2020, which was, if you recall, was a very wet spring. So everything was planted at the same time and everything broke loose at the same time. So we had corn fertilizer going out, we had pre-flood that was going out, and it was the perfect storm of it all happening at once. And it didn't matter if we were turning out 2,000 acres a day or 500 acres a day. We couldn't keep our heads above water. We were staying 14 to 16,000 acres behind every single day. And I was overwhelmed. I was writing stuff in the book. I was flipping through 4 different pages, and I was really scared that I was going to lose something along the way. Jobs were getting busted up by different winds. Strips were wet. I mean, everything you can think of was going wrong that year. And I remember sitting in this class, and Regina spoke about the scheduling tool. And at the time, I thought it was a cool concept, but I didn't think a whole lot of it. And the beauty of scheduling is it's the exact same information that you're already putting into an invoice. So you're going to eliminate some redundancy there, and you're going to save yourself time when it comes to what we call the completion process of the job. So in theory, I mean, it's really kind of a no-brainer. And so I thought, well, why not try this tool out in the busiest time of all? And it clicked and it worked, and it made us way more efficient. I was able to see things at a better overview, I guess. It just kind of really changed my perception of how I was dispatching work and scheduling fertilizer jobs and just putting it all together. With the available tools that scheduling has, it really kind of refined how I was dispatching things through an efficiency standpoint. So on the scheduling tab, this can be something that an office administrator is doing, pilot, whatever, but we also have available what we call farmer logins. So again, this isn't something that's going to be for everybody. I wouldn't encourage you to propose this to a grower that's still using a flip phone and carrying around an old binder of FSA maps. But as we start approaching the new age here, the younger generation's getting into farming. They're more tech savvy. They're hungry for data. We've seen this be a really helpful tool, not only for the growers, but maybe also for the consultants too. So you can set up what we call a farmer login. And when that farmer login is created, you're setting the different accounts that they have access to see, to put maps in for, and schedule work for. So they'll never at any time be able to see work that other growers have scheduled or work that anybody else is doing. So you're never going to be in a situation where they say, well, so-and-so's ahead of me, or you're taking care of so-and-so better than I, whatever. And you can limit what they can do. You may allow them to only put maps in, or you may allow them to create the work order. And when they create that work order, it's not them telling you, you have to do it this way. You can still make edits to it. You can still deny it. You can still send it back to them. There's quite a few different complexities there that you can kind of refine to your preference and what your workflow is like. So I'm just going to get into our scheduling tab here. And to get into that, we're going to go to scheduling and manage job scheduling. And once I get on that page, I see all of my active work orders that I have. Now, I'll get into some of the settings of this a little bit later. This is an overview of all of the pertinent information on the job. I've kind of fine-tuned those settings to my preference. You can minimize some of this information, or you can put more on there if you want to. It's really just going to depend on what you want and what your workflow is like. So I've got jobs that are fixed wing airplane jobs. I've got ground machine jobs. I've got drone jobs. I've got everything. I've got liquid, dry. One thing that is going to be really good to take note of on liquid versus dry is next to the job number, you'll see an L for liquid and then a D for dry. And so this job number is the number that's created when you make a job. It's just like the invoice number. When it's made in scheduling, when you push it over into an invoice, that job number stays continuous with that. So when you're printing off maps, when you're making log files, when you're doing anything that pertains to that job, that number is that number is the constant for it all the time. So if you're trying to search down the road for something, or if you're trying to pull up a map, or if you have disseminated a lot of log files to a pilot for the day and he's got maps he's flipping through, that job number is what they can kind of use to keep that constant all the time. So I'm just going to go here and click this green add button to create one. Now I'm going to create this job based on the premise that I have done work for this grower in the past and I've got maps for him already. There are ways to create maps on the go with this. The only problem is at this current time, there's not a way to save that field if it's created as a temporary location. So I'm going to go here and select locations. And when I do this, I have the option to search for an existing grower. I can search it by the field name, by the farm name. I can search it by the crop, or I can search it by what we call strip. So the strip is, if you have several strips that you work from, you can put those into the program and it will tell you your mileage away from them. And it kind of helps you plan those better. You may have areas that you know that you're going to work from a specific strip, so you can assign that strip to it in the beginning. And adding those different layers of things to those fields, it helps you search for different reports. It'll help you, and I'll get into all the different things you can do from that, that you'll really see a benefit from, I think. So I'm just going to type in a grower's name. And when I do, we'll see all of his polys. So I'll try to use some terminology a little loosely here because I know everyone's got different names for it. So polys, fields, boundaries, whatever your terminology may be. When I search for that grower, all of these come in. Now, if you notice, there's quite a few different colors here. These colors are representing the different crops. You can create as many crops as you want to. You can leave it broad, or you can make it specific. So you can have corn, soybeans, wheat, rice, or you can break it down by herbicide technology or variety number, whatever. That's all going to be up to you. And you set whatever color you want with those. I've had kind of a weird way I set colors. I use different colors, like bright colors for crops that were sensitive, like my conventional rices and my Max Ace rices, and trying to think of the other one here anyway. But you can change the opacity of these polys too. So you can have it simply be a highlighted border, or you can have it be a solid color. Again, that's all going to be your preference. Now, if you notice, when I'm looking at an overview map, I have pins on each of my fields. So I have a setting, and I'll show you how to do this, turn it on or turn it off, that once I zoom in, then the label will pop up on the map. So it just kind of helps me keep a cleaner overview of the fields from when I'm looking at it at afar. And so I can select these fields by the map here, or I can select them from the list to the right.
So, I have a question real quick.
Yep.
You said you could label them as crops, and every year they rotate, and like right now, I have to go back in there and put
there's a really easy, simple setting to reset those crops, and you're jumping ahead of me by about 2 hours, but I'll circle back to it. No, you're absolutely fine. No, these are good, stimulating, and engaging conversations. So, like I said, that question he had, I'm sure 75% of the other operators in the room had the same question. So, and I'll just apologize too for our longtime users that have been utilizing scheduling. I apologize for the redundancy here. But just keep in mind, there may be people in here that, are completely oblivious to these different options here.
Yeah, I just want to mention something. If you're not on our email list, we have emailed that, okay, that you can clear out your crop at the end of the year, and I had someone mention earlier, I'd like to be on your email list. So if you're not getting our emails, and if you make sure you might even check your spam. We send out emails when we do updates, and we're fixing to be doing a new update very soon. So please give it to Jackie outside your email, and just write it on a piece of paper with your company name, and we'll add you to our email list, and that way you'll see all the new updates, and there's a place on our program you can see the past updates. But I'll shut up now. I just wanted to make sure we get everybody on our email list.
Regina, if we miss that specific email, would that be in the messages when we log in? Do you have it?
She's asking if they don't receive the email or she misses the email, if this will be in the system notices section of the program.
Yeah, I will have her put a notice, I know we did that in the past, notices that there's been a new update, please check your email. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, so she brings up a good point. I was speaking with an operator a couple of days ago, and she said, well, I haven't gotten an email. I don't know all these updates. Well, she had her old email on file that she hadn't used in 10 years, so that's why. So, yeah, just, if you want to be thorough here when you leave here, make sure that you, when you leave, to give Jackie your company name, and your most recent up-to-date email that you have. So that way you can kind of stay privy to all the updates and all the new exciting things that we have coming out. So I'm going to move forward here, and I'm going to select a few fields by the actual locations real quick. And then you can also select more than one grower at a time for this too. So you can have 3 or 4 different growers on here, as long as the recipe's the same. That's the only thing that has to be the same. Obviously, you don't want to, if you had 2 different recipes for 2 different growers, those not going to work out too well for you. So I'll just select those here. And I'll show you show you some more of the settings with how you can manipulate the acres for the fields. If you wanted to, on the specific job, you can type in a different apply number. So let's just say he wanted to leave an area off, or the bottom's flooded out. It was a 90-acre field, but we're only going to be treating 85 of it. You can type that in there. I'm going to assign a new crop to it. And the handy thing is when you put in a crop, or if you do some of these other options, when you put it in at the top, you can click this copy button, and those will apply to everything below it. I don't believe if you go below it and hit copy, that it copies up. So just make sure that you do it from the top line down. Another cool thing we can do here is maybe you're worried about wind direction. And from the scheduling page, there's an icon that will show you what specific winds you need for the job. So you can click this button right here, and you can designate what wind directions that you might need. So I know I'm going to need a north wind and a northwest for this, and I can just copy that down. Now on the strip aspect of this, there's a portion of it, and I'll show you that later on, where you can put in your airstrips based on the Latin longs. You can have as many in here as you want to. So if you click this little airplane button, it's going to pick the closest airstrip to that location. It's going to give you the mileage breakdown on each of those as well. Or you can click the drop down and see all of the different airstrips that you have and the distance from each of those airstrips to the location that you have. So obviously this is going to be an added benefit if you're doing, I'm going to assume that most people in here probably in rice country, and you're working off of a lot of satellite or auxiliary strips. Obviously, the name of the game when doing fertilizer is to get as close to or on top of the work as possible. So this gives you the ability to see which one's going to be the most advantageous or the most efficient airstrip from the fields that you're treating. Yep.
When you change the crop there, does it stay there on the main?
Yeah, so when you assign a crop to it, that stays with that crop until you do another job and change it, or until you reset it at the end of the year. And this will work the same way on the invoicing side. If you don't use scheduling and you're creating an invoice and you assign a crop to it, that crop will stay with that field until it's changed again on another job, or until you change it in the reset process that I'll show you later on. So I'm going to copy the airstrip down. It's not required in the state of Arkansas yet, but I think it's about to, or it's either getting passed to, or you have to list what pest you're treating. And if you've ever been audited by the plant board, they're going to ask you for it anyway. So right now, at the moment, it's not required, but it is always handy to list, because setting this pest is going to allow you to run some reports and search options that'll kind of help you view everything that you're doing from an analytical standpoint in the future. Yeah, so it's required in Texas, Missouri. I mean, it's almost required in every state except Arkansas and Louisiana at the moment. And then that's another thing too. I'm not sure what all states are represented in here today, but I'll show you where you can change that. So right now, we're setting the pest per location, but there are some states that require you to designate what pest you're treating per product that you're using. And I'll show you where you can make that change in your system settings too. So you may want, from a personal preference, to be able to say, well, I'm spraying propanol and I'm treating pigweed or whatever. You'll have the option to do that if you want to.
We have the option to put that into your propanol, in your chemical settings, or do you have to do it every time you?
No, so when you have I'll scroll down a little bit. So when you put in your chemical on the job, prescription, recipe, whatever you want to call it, there'll be a box out to the side that has the pest that you select from. So you can't assign a pest to a chemical at the moment. I guess it'd be kind of a cool thing to do in the future maybe, but if that's a request, then we can talk about it.
If you're spraying karate, you're gonna be spraying that for long, so.
Right. Not necessarily though.
Well, we're gonna say we are.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're gonna say we are, whether we are or not, yeah.
Right.
So, because they're not, that's just one more thing you call in to ask about.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
Whatever my scout said I was supposed to.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's calling you and asking you that?
Well, if I was asking, when they're calling again.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
If I'm asking the farmer, why are you spraying this?
Gotcha.
Their answer is, because my consultant told me to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Simon says every time, right? So once I put in the pest, and so the pest you can type in as you go. So if it's a new pest, you don't have to get out of the job schedule and create it. You can actually just type a new one in and hit enter, and it becomes a selectable option as you move forward. So I've got one for burn down. I'll just copy that down. And if you notice, it's going to give us the total amount of applied acres below that. And then I've also got a customer alert. So I'll show you where to set this up. These can be alerts to any degree. My alert's just letting me know, hey, when I work for this grower, I know I've got a problematic neighbor that I need to watch out for. These customer alerts will convey over into what we call the applicator report, which is what we encourage you to print off for your pilot that's got the map and all of the job pertinent information on it. We scroll down a little further. This is completely optional to list these, but I'll show you where this will actually kind of help tie in some things in the future too. So we have dates that you can select. The call date's going to be the date that you create it. You can change that if you want to. So anytime you make a job, the call date will automatically default to the date that you've created the job. So then we have date proposed. You can set whatever date they may say, hey, we want to try to aim for such and such date. So I'll just select Saturday because we all know consultants like us working on the weekends. And then we'll put in a time. So they may say, hey, we want to wait till 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning for the dew to get off the plant. And that changes every job too. And then the scheduled date is what's going to show on the job schedule list. So we can let that be the call date or the date proposed, whatever you want it to be. But the scheduled date is what's going to show up on the job schedule list that we were looking at in the very beginning. And then you can put an expiration date. So the expiration date's going to come in handy. We've got a new update that I'll cover a little bit later this morning that will actually show you an overview map with pins of all the jobs that you have to do, and it'll be color coded based on your date of expiration. So that's kind of what makes it handy to put the expiration date on this. And it may be handy too for the consultant to say, hey, if you can't get to it by this day, then we either need to cancel the job or revise the recipe. So now I'm going to put in what we call the recipe, mixture, concoction, whatever everyone's terminology is. So I'm going to put in what we call my application charge that also has my diluent rate. And my diluent rate being designated on this is going to help me configure my load sheet that you have an option to create as well. And so I'm using mine. I've just labeled it as 5-gallon work for an airplane. You can create as many of these as you want to and name them whatever you want to. So just because you see mine this way doesn't mean that's exactly how yours has to be. So we're going to bring in a glyphosate, a 2,4-D, and then snake oil. And notice that when I brought in snake oil, I actually have a rate that has automatically populated for that. And the same thing will happen with crop oil. So you can actually set in your chemicals, if you have a product that is always applied at a certain amount, you can set that as a default and it'll come in. So it's just kind of a time-saving tool. Of course, you can manipulate that if you want to. And then we're going to put in our rates per acre on the original product. So we're going to do 32 ounces and 16 ounces. So the unit of measurement with the product is a unit of measurement that I've designated with that chemical. You can change that if you want to go by quarts, gallons, whatever. And then when you put in that rate per acre with your unit of measurement, it's going to tell you what your total amount is going to be needed for that job. Another handy thing, being that a lot of you guys are from kind of the same area that I'm from, a lot of times I'd get prescribed an adjuvant or a surfactant by a percentage. And I had it memorized on the different gallons that we did what that fluid ounce breakdown is. But if you're unfamiliar with that, you can click this little calculator right here. And let's just say that we're doing a crop oil and they say we're going to do it 1% by volume. So you're just going to change that to percent, hit this drop down, go to 1, and then that 5 gallons is what's come in from my application charge where my diluent rate per acre is. So with the combination of 5 gallons to the acre at 1%, that crop oil is going to be applied at 6.4 ounces. So we'll just click apply rate, and then it's going to give you a breakdown in the memo. We'll look at some of the other options with this. We have a good friend, an allied vendor that we would call him, named Mark Stevens, sells a DRA, a drift reduction agent called Windfall. I know it normally gets applied at like 1 gallon per 100 gallons of treatment. So you could hit ratio per unit of measurement. We'll say 1 gallon per 100 gallons. And then again, it gives you a 6.4 fluid ounce rate. You can hit apply, and then that's going to convey over into the job. Another thing I want to mention too, and I can go over this again more in depth. I was working with an operator not long ago that was doing dry work. And when we put in our dry application charge, I had another line item for urea or urea with agritane or whatever. But he didn't want to list it that way. So one thing that you can do, and this can be for any product that you want, you can click this little comment box, which is what we call the memo. And you can put urea, or you can put use your imagination on if you want to make a note of whatever on each of those products that you like. So another thing that we could do is once we have this recipe created, if it's something that we're doing quite a bit, which where I come from, it's pretty well the same burn down recipe or During soybean desiccation, it's the same recipe for gramoxone. You can actually create a name for this. I'm going to call it Spring Burn Down 25, and I'm going to hit Save as Recipe. So then, when I go to do another job, instead of having to type all this stuff out again, I can click this little select recipe, and it's going to give me all the different recipes that I have saved. So I can click Use Recipe, Delete Recipe, or if I have an edit to that, I could use it, make the change, and then hit Update with Current Recipe. And it's going to show you when it was used last, when it was created, and what the name of that recipe is so that you can select for future use. Highly encourage you to do this if you're having to do like a cotton treatment that gets the same amount of picks and same amount of bug dope, all that. It really comes in handy not having to type all that stuff out. So now, if you notice below, I've got my diluent rate, and then I have reentry time and pre-harvest time. So I have some of that information saved with a chemical. It's not required in the state of Arkansas yet, but there's a really big push for it. It's required in a lot of other states, and Arkansas and a handful of other states have a really big push to where you're going to have to start either keeping up with this information or supplying that information to some degree, whether it's in the form of a post notification or a statement of service, whatever. So just so you know, for future reference, you have the option to convey reentry time, pre-harvest time, label signal words, and active ingredients with these chemicals when that time comes where that's going to be a requirement. And I hate to say it, but it's pretty inevitable for the state of Arkansas. So now we're going to go ahead and assign an applicator to this. And I have a list of all my different applicators that I have profiles saved for. So we'll just select one. Notice that when we bring in that applicator, it has what we call a vehicle saved with that. So we'll use that term vehicle loosely. It's going to be his airplane or his ground machine or drone or whatever. And I have his capacity set with that. So it's an 802. I've got an 800-gallon capacity saved with that. Now that capacity is something that I'll show you where we can set later on, but you can change it to be whatever you want to. So I know that most everybody is not going to take a full load at 800 gallons. So you may list it as 765 or 770, 780. You can actually change it on the job here if you want to, or you can change it in the loader worksheet setup that I'll show you here in the next few steps. But based on the acres that we're doing with an 800-gallon capacity, and we're applying that at 5 gallons to the acre, it's going to tell us that we're going to cover 251 acres in 2 loads. Now, as we move forward a little later, I'll show you the loader worksheet setup where you can manipulate all this if you want to. You can actually bust it up into 3 loads if you wanted to, or you can manipulate acres, or you can manipulate your diluent. There's several different options we can do from that in a later step. So then we can move forward here a little bit and put in what we call a loader comment. So we may just say, and we'll just click Save Job here. So once we have that saved, there's actually quite a few different steps that we can do from here. So we can print a map. We can print what we call our applicator report, which is going to have the map, the acres, chemicals, everything pertinent to the job. We can send a notification to the grower. So on that notification deal, it's actually pretty handy. I wish that I had been aware of this when I used to use Chem-Man. So we can all say that it's not hard to make a phone call or send a text message to a grower, and it's not. But in the busy season, that's going to be the equivalent of quite a bit of time, and in the heat of things, you may forget to do that. So you can actually click a button here, and that's going to go out as a text and or an email to multiple recipients. So this could be handy to let them know we're about to begin the job. It may be handy to let the grower know to pull his gate setters in the field out. It may be handy. It may be a good opportunity for him to actually revise the fields and the recipe on there. just to make sure that there wasn't a scheduling error or there wasn't something missed. And so this can be done 3 minutes before you do the job, or it can be done 3 days before. So you just put in the date and the time. And I'll show you guys here later this morning how to get all this stuff set up. So now I'm going to open my email here. And here's that notification. Now, I have mine pretty liberal with information, but you can make it more modest if you want to. So you can reduce some of this information if you don't want to flood your grower with a bunch of stuff that he has to read through. But the first thing to make note is I've got the note that I put, get workers out of field. It lists the locations that's going to be applied with the acres. So this would be an opportunity for him to review it and say, well, I'm missing a field, or I told you the wrong field. It's going to give you the date and the time that you specified. It's going to list the grower, and then it's going to list the products and rates per acre, along with label, signal word, and active ingredients and other information that I had conveyed with some of these chemicals that I mentioned earlier. So again, you can reduce some of that information if you want to. And again, that's going out as an email and a text. And that can go to multiple people. So it can go to the consultant, the grower, the guy that's in charge of the wells, whatever you want to. It's a really handy tool. Instead of having to type a message out, you just click a button. All of the grower's information's been pre-saved with this profile. All that stuff just goes out with one click. And then that'll also work too with the post notification that I'll go over with later. So now we're going to generate what we call our load sheet. And this is where we can kind of edit some of this if we want to make some manipulations to it. So before we print it off, we can click this little edit button here. And it's going to list our acres that we're applying. So we can change those acres if we want to. I could have assigned a ground crew if I wanted to back when I was creating the job. You can make those changes here if you want to. The next option is the load balance information. So I have it set as equal loads. So depending on the acres and the gallon capacity, it's going to bust up however many loads that is to be equal amounts. You can change that to be full loads with a partial at the end. And that's going to give you full loads all the way up to the last load, where then it'll have just whatever's left over. You can also change the load number if you want to. So let's just say that the job calls for 2 loads, but you know that it's tough flying and it's wires and trees everywhere, and you want to make the airplane a little bit lighter. You can bust that up into 3 loads if you want to, and then I'll make a change to the load sheet going forward. I'm just going to change this back to equal loads. You can change the target rate per acre. And so I'm not encouraging you to be misinformative to your grower by any means, but we all know sometimes it's better to call it 5 and it be maybe something else. So you can make that change on here if you want to. Make it 3 gallons, 4 gallons, 4.5. It may be 2 loads at 5 gallons, but you can manipulate it to be 4.5 gallons and make it 1 load. So you can make that change here, and it's not going to convey over into an invoice. It will not affect the notification, no. And you can overview this information if you want to before you save it and print it. So I'm just going to hit Save Worksheet. It's going to list our locations with the wind, our dates. I mean, it's got a plethora of information here on this before we print it. And I have it to where I work with some companies that actually require their pilots or their manager to make note of when the airplane took off and when it landed. So essentially, the ground crew or maybe their dispatcher is the one that's in charge of completion information. So there's an area, and you can put more than one of these on here if you want to, but it's an area that once you print it off, that they can make notes of the completion information. So now we'll just go ahead and hit print. And another handy thing, it's going to list the grower with his phone number. And so that's something that I'll show you how to do with the grower on their profile. It may at the time not seem like it's a big deal to list that phone number, but I can't tell you how invaluable it is to have that grower's number on there if there's ever a problem with a recipe, or if it goes over to the applicator map, they're trying to spray and they can't get a hold of anybody, but they need to call a grower to say, hey, you need to get this worker out of the field, or maybe you're flying over it and he's got a gate that's busted and he's losing water somewhere that he can't see. So it's really invaluable to have that information listed on here. I don't know how well you can see that, but this is just kind of an overview of what that's going to be like before you print it. Had it split up in equal loads, and you can change how the load's displayed. So you can have it be one load with the numbers, however many loads it is above it, or you can have it broke down to however many loads it is with that information each time. So everybody's preferences are different. Gives you the ability to mark through those if you want to. So now we're going to generate what we call the applicator report. So the applicator report is everything pertinent to the job that you would want to print off for the applicator. The one I used is enhanced. There's 3 options that's out there now. I'll just tell you this, on the enhanced, that's the one that we are devoting all of our new updates to and things as we move forward. So if you're using custom or static, I encourage you to try out the enhanced, because at some point, the new updates will not be pertinent to those older applicator reports. So I'll just click this little blue applicator button here. And before you print it, there's quite a few different settings that you can manipulate on this. So you can make the map bigger. You can make it be one page with all the fields on one map, or you can do what I do. I have a master map, and then I have individual fields in their own maps before that. Quite a few different settings you can change here. So again, this is the setting that you would change for your maps. You can show the field location information, or you can minimize it here if you want to. I have mine to show the loader information. So we have a lot of people that will print this applicator report with the loader information. They'll separate the loader information page, and that's what they give to the ground crew. And then they give the pilot the rest of the applicator report. The rest of the applicator report will still list the chemicals and the products and the rates and all that as well. This is where you would want to change the map size on the enhanced report. So I'm using the medium. One thing to make note of too, and I'll show you this as we move forward, you can resize those maps before you print them. You can do a map only page if you want to. This is what we call the blank app info section. So this is where you can have more than one box of where you would want to record your completion information, or like notes about the job. So your start time, stop time, tack time, weather information, and you can have, I think, up to 10, I believe, of the blank app information sections here. You can change your unit rates here. You can show previous application information. You can show your store banner if you want to. And you can also change what your loads are going to be here too.
What's previous application info?
To be honest with you, I don't know. Do you know what that would be? Previous app information on the applicator report?
Show the previous app information?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not positive, so I'll make a note of that. They caught something they added. I should know.
Maybe what was put on the shield, on the last shield, maybe?
I don't think it would be that, because it's not going to show what you did last. I mean, the only thing that it's showing is what you saved the crop as. So I'm going to make a note.
Sometimes they can do updates that I'm not aware of from a request, and the director wanted to mention about 10 minutes to try to take a break.
When I get through with this part, I think it'll be a good time to stop. You can save those system settings, and then you can print from here. But before we print that, we may want to look forward through all the information. So it's got our date scheduled, grower, acres, who the applicator is with his license number, the grower's phone number, what the aircraft is. We've got all of the location information. So for our ground guys, our drone guys, or even people that are on the ground that may want to go take a look at the field, or maybe even the applicator that's unfamiliar with where the area is at, you can actually click on each of these fields on this list, and a Google Maps pin will pop up in the center of that field. And that'll work for every location. It's going to give us our products, what our load contribution is, our rate per acre, and then total applied. As we move forward, so I guess I'll back up and say the application information is what, whenever this is printed, that the operators are typically separating to give to their loaders. And then from everything underneath that is what the pilot's going to get. So again, this is my master map, and these are my individual field maps below that. Before you print it, you can resize this, move it around if you want to. And if you notice here, not only do we have fields that we're applying, but we've also got some obstacles or obstructions, and then I also have what we call nearby locations. So if you, and these are all system settings that I'm going to go over at a later time, but if you have a field that you've treated in the past, these can actually show up on your map as kind of like a drift avoidance tool. Some other things to note too with the obstacles, you can make like a text box here. So I have a note here that says crazy guy with a garden and crazy guy with fruit trees. Another really neat thing we have on our maps is we interface with the National Highline Wire database. So any cross-country wires, H-poles, any of that's going to pop up on your map here, and they're going to display in orange. So if you look at these, there's going to be more bolder ones and thinner ones, and those are going to represent the different sizes of them. And I don't know what the breakdown of those are, but it's just going to give you a good overview glance before you drop into a field as a reminder, hey, I've got a big cross-country wire here. Now, it's not going to show residential wires, and it's not going to show single-phase wires going to a well. It's just going to only be the really big H-poles, cross-country wires, all of your high transmission lines. It's already on there. And so you can turn that off if you don't want to see it too by clicking this little Highline wire icon right here.
Is there any way to draw some of those in?
So the only way right now is listing them as obstacles and obstructions. So there's little icons, and I'll go over all the individual ones at a later time, but you can create an icon and people will drop those icons where the location of each of those poles are typically. There is talk about an update in the future to where you can draw like a linear poly as a obstacle, but at the moment it's not available. That is something that we've talked about and something that we hope to add in the future. Another thing to make note of too, and I'll go over this later, this will include drift watch areas. So it is available in Arkansas. It's not used as widely as I'd like for it to, but I'm hoping for it to at some point gain some traction. They're available in 25 states, just recently announced Texas. I think it's available in Mississippi, but it's not in Louisiana. It is available in Missouri. So if you're unfamiliar with drift watch, it's going to list if people have put in like beehives, pecan orchards, tomato gardens, all the things that are going to pose drift issues with drift for you guys. So it's a really handy tool. It's free to include on your maps on our end, and it's free through Drift Watch, but they will, if we have Drift Watch connected to your account, they will solicit you at some point in the future for a donation. This is also too from the applicator report where we can generate our different shape files. So depending on what GPS unit you have, it's going to depend on which one of these icons that you select for a shape file. And we also have available what we call our sync option that's through AgPilot X, the SatLock G4, SatLock Falcon, and Tabula. So you can click this little button here, and these will go to the airplane or to the airplane's GPS unit, depending on how you have it set up. And nothing wrong with the thumb drive, but I can tell you from personal experience, after jockeying thumb drives all day, running back and forth to the office, what doesn't seem like a lot of time adds up in minutes, and those add up to be several minutes, which in the course of a day in the busy season can mean the difference between getting a job out before dark or beating the rain. And it's handy to have that for several different reasons, obviously. But some that come to mind are guys that are kind of operating more of a widespread area. Let's just say an example that I've learned from an existing customer not long ago. He had taken off with a load that was a 50-mile ferry from where their base was, and he got to the field, and there was a shower that had popped up, and he wasn't going to be able to get the load off the airplane. Well, it was a load that was big enough that prevented him from being able to land back at their strip. So they were able from the office to figure out a job where that mixture that was in the airplane was compatible with the future job. They clicked the button, sent it straight to his aircraft, and he was able to go fly that load off without having to come back loaded.
And how does that, we've always had satellite, but this year the airplane we've got a lot of eggs.
Okay.
So when you hit send, how does that work?
So she's saying that she has Ag Pilot X and just recently switched this year. And she's asking how to send that to Ag Pilot X. So the first step is we have to connect it on our end, and we connect it to the Ag Hippo account. Yeah, we'll help you do that. But once we have to get that connected, and then once that connection's there, then you'll see the option to send to Ag Pilot X. Now, if you don't have it, I think there's an email transfer option, so you can download it, or you can email it to the iPad, download it to the iPad, and open it up that way. But it's kind of a more inefficient process to do it that way. So the sync option's quicker and it's easier. And the other key benefit too, whether you're giving your as applied information or your log files to whoever you're working for, or whether you're giving those to them or not, you may want to be able to save that information if you ever get audited at any point. So when you have those connections with the G4, the Falcon, and Ag Pilot X, the as applied information will actually attach itself to the job in Chem-Man for you to produce at a later date. So where I'm from, I had somebody that had a horse barn, and they always raised hell about us flying over their horses. Well, I had the sheriff come by one day, and they wanted to see where I flew or where the airplane flew. So I was able to click a button and show the path of the airplane, and then also where he sprayed too. So even though you may not be supplying that information, there could be a point where you're asked for it, and to be able to do that in a quick and effective manner is going to be able to get you out of that issue a lot quicker. So. And then from there, we just click print, and you can give that to your pilot if you want to. We do have operators that allow their pilots to view this information on their phone and tablet. Although that works okay now, I will say we do have an update that's coming out in the very near future to where they'll be able to see that, start the job all from a quicker, better way on their phone. And then once that's done, that's going to pave way to an app that we have that's going to be available in the future too. So I think we're going to be at a stopping point. We'll take about 10 or 15 minutes if everybody needs to use the restroom. I think Regina's going to do a giveaway door prize. So before I move on, Janet asked a good question, and it made me bring up some things that I missed. So I am inevitably probably going to miss some things, and I apologize for that. I show this so much and use it so much. Some of it kind of becomes second nature to me. So I'll try to slow down a little bit better and make sure I don't miss anything. But she had asked maybe about manipulating loads. So there's a couple of different ways I want to show you how to do that. From the load sheet itself, you can input a different amount of acres, and it'll back figure your products and rates from that. Another thing to do, and this was just me, this is how I did it. This time of the year when we're doing burn down, there's duck water in fields, it's wet, there's still bottoms flooded out. Obviously, we're not going to spray those, and I hope that your pilot's attentive enough to not spray over those flooded areas too. But if they're not, and they like to see this stuff visually, like one of my pilots did, you can either edit the job, or you can, when you're making the job, do this. So I'm going to toggle these locations here, and that's the step that you'd want to take if you're wanting to go back and make edits to the different fields. But let's just say we had a few fields that the bottoms were flooded out of, and I wanted to display that on the map. I can click Edit and Show Maps, and I can click on each of these fields, and we'll let it load here. Once I have the edit option of these, then I can make manipulations to the polys. So if you notice, and you may have a difficult time seeing, but on these polys, there is a more bold dot, and then there's a smaller dot. Depending on which one of these you click, gives you more dots to be able to edit from so that you can be more detailed and make the poly more refined. If you're wanting to do it quickly and not redraw a bunch of extra points, you can move the big dot and change it that way. If you want to add more points to it, you can click the little dot, and once you click it and move it, then it creates it as the bigger dot. And so you can keep moving that part around and make more points if you want to. So once you have the area redrawn, depending on, how the bottom's flooded, you can click Save Map Changes, and then it'll manipulate the acres for you from there. So I can't remember what the acres were before, but now it's exact too. And if you want to use, whole numbers or round it up, I'll show you where to change that in a minute. I'm going to edit one more here. And let's just say that this whole bottom point was flooded out. So I'll take this point, drag it over, drag this one over. And when we make this change, it's only for this job. It's not going to redraw the poly that's saved in the system. This is only for the job that you're working on. So once we've made all the changes, we're going to hit Save Map Changes, and then we're going to hit Close. So if you notice, on the middle field, we went from 56 acres to 43.11. Well, I don't like decimals. I like whole numbers, so I just deleted the 0.11. 100 and 0.84, well, that's 101. And now you have that map changed to visually compare to what is actually there, and it's back figured the acres for you. And the grower may say we still want to treat it as 102 or whatever. You can make those changes on the applied. So another thing that I wanted to go over, let's just say you were doing a job and he had some pass that he wanted to make or some new area that you didn't have drawn in the program. You can actually add a temporary location. And this isn't going to save a location to use later. It's only for the job itself. But you can click this little yellow button here, and the map drawing tools will pop up from there. And I'll get into the map drawing more in depth later, but I'll just draw one real quick. And I'll hit Save Map Changes, and then hit Close. And now I can call that a new field if I want to. And we can manipulate the acres if we want to, and then we can assign it a new crop. So again, a few different ways to do that. If you wanted to add a new field that was saved, you could click on the Open Manage Field Locations from here, and that's where you can create a new poly to save to that grower's profile from there. I'll just go ahead and hit Save Job.
Can we have, where they had like the customer alert, I don't know if you can show us how to set that up, but can you have field alerts?
I don't think we can. Can we have them for, she's wanting to know if the customer alert would work the same way for a field alert. I don't think there's no, it's just for the customer right now.
The only thing you can do is put instructions, you can put, a comment on the instructions, there's a comment on the instructions, but we can put that in as a request.
I guess from here, we'll just put in what we call our applied information. So we'll pretend now that the job's been completed. So I'm going to hit Edit. And you could transfer this to an invoice and then put the completion information. Personally, I always like to put completion information in before I moved it. Everyone's workflow is different. So again, it's going to kind of be up to how you want to do this. But the applied information is going to essentially have to be put in at some point. So we'll hit add applied information. Can designate who the grower is. I'm going to put in my time, or my date, I should say. Then I'll put in my tack time, and I can't remember what my tack time for this aircraft was before, so my numbers may get a little obscure here. And so I know a lot of people probably aren't doing this, but I highly encourage you from personal experience. We've heard from more companies that use Chem-Man that they're being asked to provide their flight information for their aircraft. So your tack time, your flights, and your starts. And I can't remember what the stipulation is. So I get asked this a lot too. Well, if we're doing, however many flights per day, when you have a job and you have let's just say you have 3 takeoff and landings, you're supposed to count each one of those takeoffs as a flight, but also add one more to it or something. And there may be somebody in here that can correct me on that. But anyway, I should have remembered what that breakdown is. But you'll want to record your flights, and that's for every takeoff or landing that you do. And then also you'll want to keep up with your starts too, for obvious reasons, your own internal knowledge of your limitations on your engine components. But we also, if you are doing your own aircraft maintenance, we have a program called Surface Life that will keep up with airframe and engine components for your Pratt, and it'll let you know when all the different services are due. I'm not the most knowledgeable on it. That'd be something that Regina can expand on later. But nonetheless, whether you're doing your own internal aircraft maintenance, I would encourage you to start keeping up with your tax, and that's something that the pilot can do or something that someone else in the company can do. But there's going to be a point where you're going to ask this, and you're going to wish that you had been keeping track of that. So just a simple step that'll save you pain and heartache in the future for when someone asks you for this information.
A lot of people use that. We only do tack in and out for the day, not
Right.
for jobs. Do you find a lot of people are
I find a lot of people that are doing the once a day entry, so like one job, and that's where the information can be obscure. And there's some reports that I'm going to generate from this that will help you analyze how efficient each pilot is. So that's why I encourage you to try to get as close as you can and enter it for each job, because there's a report that I'm going to show you later on that's going to show you, based on the tack time, what that pilot is generating in revenue per hour. And so it gives you the opportunity to say, hey, this pilot's, costing me money, and this pilot's being more efficient. Gotcha. Well, and again, everybody's different, and everyone's needs and preferences are different. So, it is an extra step to break it down per job, but I think, and what you gain from it from an analytical standpoint, it's worth that extra time to make note of that and put it in for every job. Yep.
I just wanted to mention, I don't know that I've ever been called, someone called me 2 different times, 2 different people in the last 2 weeks, and said they were being audited for their flights and starts. So it is coming, and it is required apparently, but it's not enforced. So it is coming. And we plan on having an interface between this program and Service Life that will kind of tell you, all their information about your vehicle. So just FYI, I wanted to throw that out there.
Say that again.
Who does the audit? Who does the audit?
It's the FAA that's auditing them for their tack times, correct? She asked who is asking for who's auditing them. Is it the FAA?
I asked Robert Kramer if it was required, and he said it's definitely required. So I'm assuming FAA. I don't know for sure. And then I asked Doug Gibson, and he said it's not enforced.
Gotcha. We'll get back to you on that one. So then we're going to put in our flights. So I don't know, we did this in 2 loads, so I'm going to say 3 flights. And then we had 1 start. So obviously, if you're doing liquid all morning, you put in your 1 start. Airplane doesn't shut off until you change over or till you shut down for the day. So the starts, it's not going to be as often that you have to enter that information. Then we're going to put in our time that we applied. So you can manually type in a time, or you can select from the clock here, and I'm just going to say 10 a.m. Or if your pilot is the one that's kind of dispatching work to himself, if he's on his phone or if he's on a tablet and he wants to start the job from when he's actually entering the field, he can click this little button that says now, and then he can save that, open it back up for when the job's complete, and then hit now on the completion time. Nonetheless, 3 different ways you can put the start and stop time on that. And if you have a location associated with the job, so the fields, the application date and the time, then you can utilize what we call our automated weather option. So we'll click this little get weather button. Now, this weather information is things that you can put in manually. So you can put in all the manual information, and to be completely honest, nothing's going to be more accurate than what the applicator observed when making the application. That's why we give them the option to record that information on the applicator report. Or if you use the automated weather and it brings in information and it brings in an area that you're not particularly fond of, so let's just say the wind velocity showed a little bit higher than what you want your records to reflect, you can make a manipulation on just that one area if you want to. So brought in automated weather and it shows 20, we can put in 10, which is what we kind of all like to see. Again, you can use auto weather and just make those manipulations kind of as you go. At a later time, I'm going to open up one of these jobs and show you how to split applied information across different applicators and different times and different days. But right now, I'm just going to try to keep it simple. So once we have all of that completion information in, we can either transfer it to an invoice, we can save it and leave it in the job schedule, or we can send the post notification. So this is kind of going to go back to personal experience here. I can't tell you how many times, unfortunately, that I was supposed to let a grower know that we got through fertilizing his field and I forgot to make a call or text. So the next day I'm getting a phone call and he's wanting to know, hey, is my rice fertilized? And I say, yeah, we got it done yesterday. And I was followed up with a not nice conversation after that. And instead of having to worry about getting out your phone and calling them or sending them a text, once that completion information's in, you can click this button right here. And that's going to send the notification to the grower, letting them know that it's complete. And just like the pre-notification, it's going to go to multiple recipients if you like, and that can go out as a text and or an email. So we'll hit send notifications, and I'll pull my email back up here. And here's that post notification. Again, you can reduce this information if you want to, and I'll show you where we do all that at a later time this morning. So now that we've sent our post notification, another thing too, this is actually keeping logs of your notifications. So if at any point you ever have to prove whether you sent notifications or not, it's going to keep a log of that here. And there'll be some other things that we can do through email options that it's going to keep log of and track to. I'm going to go ahead and transfer this to an invoice. So we see back here in our job schedule list, that original job that we created this morning, which is the one we just did the completion information for. It's now gone from our schedule list. So now it's in what we call our unposted invoice. So right now it's in an area of the program where the balance has not been applied to the customer's account and the applicator has not received commission for it yet. So I'm going to go to my invoices tab here, and we're going to go to enter unposted field application invoices. And we can see that job that we just were working with is now here in that list. There's a few different things we can do from this. We can edit it if we want to. We can print that invoice. I know that most of the people in this room are probably not printing invoices and only doing a monthly statement. So again, it's going to kind of open up a can of worms talking about the different versions of that. But nonetheless, we'll just see the printed version of that. And I'm going to get into more intricacies with the invoicing side and some of the different options from there later this morning. Another really neat thing that's actually a new update, which a lot of you may not be aware of, we recently added a feature to email that invoice. So you can click this button right here, and that invoice is now emailed to the grower. So now I'll go back to my email here, and here's that invoice. And there's the same invoice that we were just looking at that just got emailed to the grower. So now, again, we can make edits to it, print it off, email it. I'm just going to open this back up, double check it, make sure everything's good. Once I've done that, then either from the list that we were just on or from here, I can go ahead and post this. And once I've posted, it's going to move over to the posted invoice side, which now means the customer's balance will reflect the work that we just did, and also the applicator will have received commission for it. So we're going to go to review posted field application invoices. And again, there's the job that we started in scheduling, moved to an invoice, and now it's an unposted invoice. So if you are familiar with invoicing through Chem-Man and not familiar with scheduling, this is kind of where the beauty of all this kind of comes together. So instead of writing the job down somewhere and then moving it over to a schedule book and then making a map or something from there and then taking completion information and having to put it all back into Chem-Man, if you put that job into scheduling, move it over to an invoice, you've eliminated 2 extra steps in that process where you could have accidentally made an error writing something down, any kind of administrative error there. You've eliminated that opportunity for that to happen. So I just kind of like to think of it from a standpoint of we've eliminated some steps, made ourselves maybe more efficient, saved us some time. At the end of the day, everything that you guys are doing is in the essence of time, and time is money. So anything that we can do to save ourselves time, going to save ourselves money. It's going to make us more efficient, and it's going to allow you the ability at the end of the day to focus your efforts and attention somewhere else, whether it's planning for the next day or maybe even being able to go home and rest a little bit longer, which in the heat of the season is obviously something that you or your pilots are going to need. So any questions on any of this so far before I move on to breaking every part of this down and showing you how we got to that? Nope. Go ahead.
Where did you come up with the weather information? I mean, was that from the local air?
So we use a third party, and I forget what it's called. I think is it Dark Sky?
It's, if you edit it, go out by the weather or hide info, there's a link there, it's called Virtual Crossing. It was Apple, and they bought out Apple's version of it, so you had to click right there, Virtual Crossing.
So that's a third party that we use, and they're pulling that weather information from what I understand from a plethora of sources. That can be weather reporting stations at airports. I've even been told, and this isn't confirmed, but this can be pulling information from like independent weather stations that people are allowing that data to come through. And so we have no way to know where this information is going to come from in relevancy to the field. So it could be a mile away or it could be 13 miles away. It's going to geo-reference. It's going to pull from the closest one, but we have no way to know if that's a mile away or 13 miles away. So that's why I always say, obviously, the weather information that the applicator observed is going to be the most accurate than what your phone says or what, this says. So that's why I encourage you, if you can, to make notes of it yourself.
Change that number. Let's say it said 12 and you want it to be 10 and you changed it to 10. Is there anything in the background of the computer system or the software system that annotates that you made that change?
No, it does not. No. And the other thing too, I hate to say this, I hope no one's closely related to anybody in the plant board. There's individuals with the plant board I've worked with that believe that the weather information that you pull in is the gospel. They're not aware that you can make manipulations to that, but it works the same way. Putting it in the program as if you recorded it on a notebook piece of paper. You know, they have the ability to see where you were from your lat and long and pull back weather information from their sources that they use too. So, it's all objective, honestly. So, but it's not going to say, well, they changed the weather on this. It's up to you to put it in. It's up to you to use the auto weather. It's up to you to make manipulations to that if you want to. But to answer your question in short, it can come from a mile away, 13 miles away. And to be honest with you, we've got, I don't know if you've spent a lot of time in the Dakotas, or I know you're from Panhandle, Texas, and it kind of gets a little windy there. It can be blowing 20 mile an hour here, and over the hill, it's, calm as it can be. So, well, so like Dakotas, Nebraska, all that, I mean, it's all subjective to where you are. So, in Arkansas, we used to work next to Petty Jean Mountain and let you use your imagination on the wind shear we get from that. So even though our weather app says it's blowing 10, well, when you get up next to the mountain, it's blowing 25 or 30 or gusting more. So it's all about what you observe when you're making the application. Any other questions on this before I move along? Fair enough. All right, well, yeah, go ahead.
On the notifications, will it just send a text, or does it have to send an email?
No, it can just be a text. And I'll show you the setup on that. And I will say, just from personal experience, I know that the email, I know that most of the growers are not going to be looking at their email every day. Obviously, the text is the most viable option. But just to be completely transparent, there'll be times where I do this I'll send a notification as a demo to myself. I use Verizon. So when I'm in Nebraska or Kansas where cell reception is very limited, there may be delayed times that I receive that text notification. So I encourage you to do more than one option, just to kind of help cover your basis in that regard. And we had a time, it's not a Chem-Man issue, it's your cell phone carrier. It goes back to them and how they're sending that data out. There was a point where AT&T was very delayed in the text notifications that you got. And then here recently, it seems like Verizon has had a little trouble. And that's going to be kind of isolated depending on where you are too. The areas that I've had trouble, I'm in areas where I don't have signal for 2 hours or more. So that's going to factor into it as well. So if you think about it, you're sending a notification based off of your computer and where your computer's at. Well, you're kind of at the mercy of whatever your internet provider is to be able to communicate that with with that grower's carrier that they're using, whether it's AT&T, Verizon, or whatever. So to answer your question, no, you don't have to do the email, but I encourage you to do that just to have that other option if that text notification isn't received.
I think you should do both, is what I always tell everybody, they like a text, but in case it didn't pop up, they'll have an email too, to cover your butt.
On the text, is there a certain number that it can come from, or does it change?
No, he asked what number the text comes from. So I'll get into how the notification by text comes. It's not just using a sheer phone number. You have to put in, it's actually like an email option, but there's a code that you use with the different carriers. I'll get into that a little bit more as we move forward, explain all that, but, and that'll probably explain your question that you have too. Any other questions before we move on? Because I'll just warn you, be prepared. I'm about to start breaking all this down as finely as I can. So, all right, we'll move forward here. So we're going to start with the basics. I always tell anybody, whether it's a new customer, existing customer, really, in order to create jobs and create maps, the first thing you're going to want to do is have a customer. So you're going to have a customer profile that you attach maps to, that you create jobs for. So the key component when you're doing anything is customer first. So we're going to go over here to our customers tab. And the first option I'm going to go to is our managed customers. So our managed customers is going to be where our customer accounts, customer list, whatever you want to call it, that's where that list lives right now. So from here, we can make edits to existing ones, or we can add new ones if we want to. You can kind of see at an overview glance here, different informations about each customer. Things to note: first name, last name, and account number. So the account number, if you don't change that, the program will generate its own account number for each customer, or you can put your own in, and that can be letters, numbers, or a combination of both. And it's just kind of a quick search way that you can use to locate customers, whether you're building a job, making a map, generating a report, whatever.
Can you change that or does it stay the same?
Change the account.
Account name, if there are entity change names, then I can go in and change that.
Yes, you can. Yeah, so all this information is things that you can change or edit. But let me just break down that question a little more. When you say they're changing an entity name, are they selling or no? So any like
I think I knew the answer before as I asked it because I've done it before, but.
I would just encourage you, depending on the circumstances, to create maybe a new account, because if that entity sold or something changed, you may still want to be able to generate old reports underneath that old entity. And if
That in particular, I have a customer who used to have 3 entities. Then he said, no, we're gonna run everything under this one now.
Gotcha.
So I bill everything to this one.
Okay. You still keep locations under different entity names though, or did you? It's all, I mean, gonna depend on obviously, very extenuating circumstances on the answer to that question, but, I mean, depending on, that may be better just to make a whole new account. That way you can still generate things underneath some of the old information. So some of the first things that we can do to search for particular growers is by name, the city, the status. So there's different statuses with each of these customers that you have options for. So right now, we're looking at what we call our active customers. The one below it, when I used Chem-Man, I had no idea what this ever meant. So I'm sure there may be more in here that's like me. This is lead, which means if it's somebody that you are not working for, but you'd like to possibly work for, but you want to have their information for when that time comes, you can create their customer account and label them as a lead. So they stay out of your active customer list, but you still have access to that information, and it doesn't interfere with, when you print mailing address labels off and different things like that. The next option is what we call charged off. So unfortunately, we probably all have dealt with this at some point, a customer that leaves us hanging for an innumerable amount of time and we're not going to work for them anymore, or they went out of business, went bankrupt, whatever, and they still had an outstanding balance for you. Then we want to change them to charged off. And then that allows them to still have account history for you, but it leaves them out of your active list. And then the next option is inactive. So whether we're talking about customers or chemicals, field locations, whatever, we don't delete anything from the program. We're simply changing the status of it. That way we can always go back and pull records from it later on. Whether it's a field, you had a field for a grower that you didn't work for anymore. Well, 2 years down the line, another grower that you worked for happened to pick that farm up. Well, you can change that status back to active, and then you've got a crop history and chemical history on that location that you can provide to that grower if you want to, which really comes in handy in rice country. If you're working with Clearfield rice, its maximum allowable rate for imazapyr is 12 ounces to the acre. Be able to keep up with it and say, hey, you may not want to grow conventional rice there because we just realized we put 18 ounces of imazapyr on this rice and you're going to have residual activity for up to 24 months. Whatever the case may be, it's really invaluable to be able to change that status and be able to still keep that grower information, account number or account name, maps, chemicals, to be able to reproduce that information at any point. So we get asked that a lot. We want to delete a customer or delete a field. We're not deleting any of that. You're just going to simply change that status to inactive. And then I'm going to show you where we can change the statuses at here in just a second. We can search for balance options. So if you notice on the customer list, we've got all of our customers with balances right now. We've got 0 balances. I've got some with credits, and then I've got some with balances. So I may want to see those that have only balances right now. So then when I click search, I see all of those with an outstanding balance or a credit, anyone that actually has some account activity right now. I can change that option to positive balances only. So I may want to see anybody that actually physically owes us money at the time. So it looks like my total on the bottom is based on my balances. So right now I'm looking at the positive balances only. So let me change that to all balances. And I should be able to see that number change based on the credits. So yeah, we went from 139,000 to 137,000 because I think I have somewhere around like 1,500 or 1,000. Yeah, I've got, well, let's see who all I have credits for right now. So I'm going to go to negative balances only, hit search, and I see that I've got 2 customers that have a credit right now. I've got one for 1,000 and one for 1,500. So those are just search options you can kind of see at an overview glance of those that you have balances for, credits for, etc. The other search type that we have is called types. And I didn't realize that this was even an option until recently, and I wish I had, because the way I like to analyze my data back in the past, it would have really been able to help me out. So you can create what we call a customer type, and people create customer types based on a number of different scenarios. And I'm going to just kind of go through some of those here. So I'll just hit the option type on that. So you can create a type based on the work that you do, based on an area that you treat. I even have a type for my landlord and my landowners. So I may just want to search. Let me go back to all here. So I may want to see all of my accounts that are what I'd call landowners or landlords, whatever your terminology may be. So I'll click on this customer type and then I'll select landlord, landowner. And this is one that I created. So you can create as many of these as you want to and name them whatever you want to and search for that type. And it's going to show me all of my accounts or entities that are my landowner accounts. Now I have my demo set up to treat several different areas in a geographical radius. And you can search for more than one type at a time. I'm going to unselect that. And I may want to look at those in a particular area. I'll select that type and then I'll want to make sure that I click search. And so I see those growers that all have been assigned to that area. So again, it's all about how you want to analyze your own data and you can set up as many of these types as you want to, and I'll show you how to do that here in just a second. Before I move on, do we have any questions on any of that? Yes, sir.
Can there be, you've got multiple types, can you have like a landowner be also in the other?
Yep, you can. Yep. So you may have a landowner, like I did mine by area on the other customers. So you may have a landowner that his physical address is in that area. So you could group him in that type if you wanted to. You'll learn about the program. It's really adaptable and really customizable. So you can kind of throw quite a few different scenarios at it to fine tune this, how you're going to want it and how you're going to want it to work for you.
Can you clarify something for me on what Shannon asked for ago? If the entity name changes, like, let's say I've got an entity and it's XYZ Farms, and then that changes to ABC Farms. If I change it, instead of making a new account number for them,
It's gonna have all of your past work, it's just gonna recognize
that's
it.
the month roll, it'll change everything to ABC Farms?
Yes, that's why I encourage you to set up a totally different account, because you can imagine if you're running maybe even financial reports, if you want to see, what you grossed for that grower over a certain time period, well, that number is going to be obscure because it's going to be recognizing data of work that you did back when that entity was completely different. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
It does, I just didn't know it did.
Gotcha. Yeah, and that works the same way with field locations too. So you can change the name of a field, and even though it's a new field, it's still gonna recognize all of the history that you have on that location going back. So, there were situations where, and this is lack of knowledge on my part, I made an edit to a field that was essentially a new field. Well, I was generating history, application history on that field that was incorrect because it was bringing in information from work that was done when it was a totally separate field. So,
If you do it like that, say you got ABC and XYZ, and, all your history and everything under ABC, how do you move your field? What's the easiest way to move all your field?
there's an easy way, and I'll go over that later on this morning, but it's what we call our quick edit. It's just like changing the crop. You can select fields in a list, and you can do multiple at a time and do what we call a quick edit. And on that quick edit, you've got, I think, 6 different options, and one of those is the field owner. And so if you have 30 fields that have now gone to a different farmer, another grower's picked them up, whatever the case may be, you can change who those fields are assigned to from that. That way you can still have crop history, but they're all underneath the new grower now. So,
Based on my reputation and then Terry's as well, but if it's the exact same farmer, he just changed the name of his business. So would you want to create a new account?
no, I just changed the entity name. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. So now, from here, we can edit an existing one or we can create a new one. So I think just for simplicity's sake, we'll just go ahead and create a new one, and then I'll show an edit to an existing one later. So one thing I want to say, and I'm sure all of you that have used Chem-Man have figured this out, the program displays last name first. So if you have an account name that you're going to create, and instead of it being an individual's first name and last name, maybe it's a business name or an entity name, you're going to want to put that in as the last name. So it could be such and such farms or such and such enterprises, whatever. That's what you're going to want to designate as your last name. From my experience, I had quite a bit of landlords that we did work for, and they were to their business entities in tax haven states. So they were in these buildings that it was like, such and such suite A, whatever. You can put the attention to whoever that needs to go to in the first name, and then the entity name below that. So again, it just kind of takes playing around with it to kind of figure out how you want some of that to display when you get ready to print your invoice or statement. So I'm going to put in the first name and last name and an address.
Is the retailer up there, is that something new?
So it's probably not something that you see on your account. So for our people that do work in like maybe the Midwest or anywhere that are working for a retailer or co-op, I have that feature turned on in my program. That's why you're seeing that retail option there. So most people in here probably aren't going to see that. I know that there's a couple of guys in here that are, and there's going to be some things about this presentation that's going to be directed towards them, and they kind of may go over your head, but anyway, that retail portion is part of that. So are you familiar with the retailer? Okay. So we talked about farmer logins earlier. Those are free logins that you can use, but they're very limited in what they can do. They can only create a map, and they can only put in a work order. The retailer logins, they can do all that and they can do a lot more. They can run their own reports. Obviously, they're putting in their maps and their scheduling, but they have the ability to run their own reports to see like maybe completion information or see total chemicals used. All of those accesses that they have are things that you designate as the store owner. The only caveat to that is those are an additional fee. And they're an additional fee because we, as the support team, are at the retail logins disposal when they need help or when they need training. So we take care of training, we take care of support, all that for anybody that's represented through that retail portal. The farmer logins are free, but they're up to you to show them how to build maps and how to put work orders in.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that.
Okay, yeah, and so I know you're working for retailers in the sense you're in Rice World. Their consultants are the ones creating the work orders, but I don't think it'd be advantageous with where you are to utilize that. So this is going to be tailored more towards our people in the, and I use the term loosely, the corn run area, because all that's, work that's delivered by co-ops. And when they're working for the co-ops, they're actually billing the co-ops and the retailers for that. And that's kind of where the retail login helps tie all that stuff in together too. Now, I've got people in Texas that get hired out and contracted by Nutrients, and they use retail portals for that. And they're using the retail portals and even though they're working for Nutrient, they're still as an application company, still billing the direct grower for that work. So there's several different ways and complexities to that you can help set that up. But I think in your instance, the farmer login could suffice. But then again, that's going to be up to you to show them how to do that. So, yeah. So we'll put in city and state here. And we can put in phone numbers if we want to. But this is, and again, the phone numbers are optional, but the phone numbers, having that listed is what helps convey that grower's phone number onto the applicator report and to the loader sheet. So if you ever have questions, then you can, have that number on there if the pilot doesn't have it or the operator doesn't have it, so they can call. Now, I'll just play devil's advocate here, I guess. I really would like to see a way to designate this in our program. I'm going to try to work with them in order to have that. But this area right here that says email addresses and address and addresses is where we're going to put in the information for the recipient for the notifications. So you can put in the email address, and then you can put in the phone number. The only problem is you can't just put in a regular phone number. So you're going to want to use what we call the MMS gateway address. That's going to be a suffix to the phone number. And we have a list that we can give you of all the different phone carriers that are out there and all of their MMS gateway codes. Or if you want to look up the grower's phone number, there's a website. It's called Free Carrier Lookup. And you can type in that grower's number right there. So I'll just put in mine again. And I'll hit search. And when I do, it's going to give us a few options. But the MMS gateway address is going to be the very bottom one. That's the one that we're going to want to use. And yep. Can you hear me better now? Okay. So we're going to use the MMS gateway address. It's going to be the very bottom one if you use this through Free Carrier Lookup. Or if you happen to know that the grower uses Verizon, you can take their number and a sheet that we can supply you that will have, there's 11 different carriers. So it's Verizon, AT&T, and a host of other ones that I'm unfamiliar with. And you can just highlight this if you want to and copy it and then paste that in to the email address option there. And each time you put one in, another line pops up below that. So this is where you can put in a consultant if you want to, or maybe they've got somebody that's on the farm that handles the watering for them. You can put as many of these in here as you want to, but these are going to be the recipients to the notifications. And before I forget, and I know I'm going to cover this a little later, but we're going to make sure that when we do that, if we want to have the option to send them a notification, we need to make sure that we select send job notifications by email. And I know that we keep saying text. We are essentially sending a text, but in reality, it's an email in nature to the text message number. So just something I kind of want to help explain on that. So we just need to make sure, again, we select send job notifications by email, and we put all of those recipients' email addresses or the phone numbers with the codes underneath the email addresses line. So then we can put in contact information or a contact personnel. So you may have an entity and there may be someone that's a representative of it that you typically deal with. You can put in that name. So if we go to the very bottom, you see that I have an option for a permit number. So I'll show you later this morning. There's, I think, 4 different options that you can default different numbers for. So there's a permit number. There is ag and timber number. So if we have anybody in here that works for like timber companies in the winter, you can invoice through through Chem-Man and have their ag and timber number that will automatically default on their invoices with their customer information too. And there's a few other options, but I'll show you those a little bit later this morning. So the account number, this is what I was talking about earlier, where if you don't type anything in, it will generate an account number for you, or you can create your own, and that can be letters, numbers, or a combination. You can select the date that the account was open, and then you can select whether or not that you want them to receive a finance charge. So when you create an account, it will automatically default that the finance charge be selected. But if your system settings has 0 amount in the finance charge section, and I'll show you that later on, then you're not going to get a finance charge regardless. But the only thing I say is, if you're not doing finance charges, make sure that you unselect that, because if for some reason down the road you decide that you want to implement a finance charge and you put in that percentage amount on your finance charge, and you forget that one of your growers that you worked for 10 years that you have a good relationship with, that inevitably gets behind a slow month, gets assessed a finance charge, I'm just trying to help prevent you from ticking them off and having an unwarranted conversation. So just make sure that you unselect finance charges when you create an account. That way you don't accidentally assess one to someone in the future. But that kind of all goes without saying. You get to pick and choose who you assess finance charges to. That way, if you have somebody that's historically known for writing you every year, then you're not a financial institution, so you can assess them a finance charge for being slow about paying. Or you may have a really big account that may have a lot of irons in the fire, and he's just slow about getting a check in the mail. He's good for it. He's going to pay it. You hate that he's slow, but you don't want to penalize him for it, and you don't want to aggravate him. So you would have the ability to unselect that finance charge for that grower if you wanted to. So again, we're making sure that we have selected to send job notifications by email. Now the next option, you can set whether you want them to get a mailed statement, an emailed statement, or both. So I'm going to select both, and I'll show you how to do those here in a minute. Now we're going to want to designate who or to what email address that statement is emailed to. So I'm going to put in my email again. And if we go down a little further, then we have the option to enable them to get an invoice by email. So I want to make sure that we select that one. And that is the new option that I talked about earlier when we were in unposted and posted invoices. So now, once we have that selected, we're going to want to put who that email goes to. And currently, at the time, we only have the option to send that to one, but I believe there is talk about giving you the option to send that to multiple recipients. So you would want to put in your email address for those to get their invoices emailed to. And then now we can select the customer type. So if you wanted to add a new customer type, you would want to type it in here and then hit the little addition sign. Once you've done that, then you can select customer type. So again, you can select multiple if you want to. So we can do, let's just say, a landowner in Holly Grove, and we can select customer types. And now that's applied to his profile. You can see that he's got those two types right there. Also, we can put in a discount, and I'll show you all the complex settings for configuring discounts and all the different discount options. If you have a specific discount amount that you want to blanket for all of your discounts, you can set that up in your settings. Or if you have individual discounts that you like to give one grower but not the other, then you can give them their specific discount amount here. And I can show you later on this morning how we can configure discounts to apply to only the application or maybe to chemicals if you sell chemicals with the application. There's all kinds of different ways you can kind of configure the discounts aspect of this.
In there, the discount?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Because I always do mine in the, when I'm doing the scheduling.
Like a line item? Yeah, so that's, that is an option, and I will show other people how to set that up too. It's just everybody's different. Some people like showing it as a line item, and you can actually show your discount information on your statement or invoices too, even if you select it as the discount option through here. So just like everything else to the program, there's more than one way to do it, and there's a lot of different options for, kind of fine tuning this to your preferences. So back over here to the right, we've got the account information, so it can tell you a balance, the date last paid. I'll open up an existing one here in a minute and let you take a look at all that. So I'll just kind of skip through that. The comment section is something that stays with the customer profile. That can be anything. You may, just use your imagination on something you may want to type out for that grower. The job schedule alert is what we were seeing when we had the job in scheduling. So the watch for the guy's house, this is where you put in the alert for that. So anytime that you work for that customer, regardless of what field it is, that's going to show up as a reminder. So just keep in mind, whether you're working for one field or 10 fields for them, that alert's going to pop up on your scheduling job each time you work for that grower. The field application alert is something that you can set that will pop up as an alert or a message on the invoice when you have it moved over to an invoice, whether that's posted or unposted. So I'm going to go ahead and save this, make sure I didn't miss anything here, because I always encourage double checking. And I'm going to clear all of these. So now we'll open up a customer that has account activity. So we can see his current balance is $11,954.60. The date that he paid last was in November. It shows the amount that was paid. Can show a previous balance, a minimum due, or statement balance. So this particular customer didn't have a previous balance because the billing cycle before, he didn't have any work for him. But if let's just say he did have work that was in October, then it would show his previous balance. If you had billed out and started a new month, then it would show maybe his minimum due is this amount. It'll show what his discount amount's going to be, and it's going to show our month-to-date discount amount. And then it'll show aging information too, if you have any. So any questions on this so far before I move on? Yes.
So we've got the permit number down here. Is there the start date, okay, expiration date, I saw it.
Yep.
So whenever that expiration date comes up, let's say that we're needing to do a job and the permit has expired.
It's not going to prevent you from being able to do that job. It's just listing it from, I guess, a administrative standpoint to show this is his expiration date, but it's not going to flag you and say, you can't work for this customer because his permit's expired.
Okay, so whenever we bill them, is it gonna bill out tax then?
You create a tax as a line item, and I'll show you how to do that later on. So the permit number is, I think this one's kind of specifically designed for like the state of Kansas and Colorado, where they're selling application, or they're selling chemical with the application. Each customer has to have their permit number, or, whatever your state regulatory agency calls that number for their pesticide number. They're required to list that on their statement of service in the state of Kansas and Colorado. So that's what that permit number's for. And it populates in your invoice at the top of the page if you have that number on there. But there's 4 other different options too. So the permit number may not apply to where you are. In the state of Texas, as far as I understand, you're not having to keep track of the customer's permit number for chemical sales on your statement of service.
You don't have to, but if you're gonna charge them tax, if you're not gonna charge them tax, then you do have to know that number.
And-
Or have
and-
a copy.
None of our operators in Texas are charging them a tax, so they're bypassing that portion of it. Is the tax something?
The Texas sales tax, protect them, and they
Right.
don't have that permit number.
Well, the other thing I think that they're skating by that too is they're acting as a reseller, not a actual over-the-counter cash and carry chemical sales agronomist type agency. They're buying and they're reselling. So they're essentially just passing one charge off to another, and that's how they're skating past the tax aspect of it. So if you're going to be in a position to where you're actually keeping track of that tax, I'll show you where you can configure that tax into the program if that's something you're wanting to do. Okay. So any more questions on this before I move forward? Okay. So now, whether we are looking at a new customer we just added or an existing customer, there's a few more options that we can do from this, what we call our customers page here. So we're going to review transaction. And you can filter this by a number of different ways, but you can kind of see at an overglance here any history that you have for that account. And so I'll leave the dates open and leave all the information selected. But anytime there's ever a transaction for that customer, whether it's a chemical sale, whether it's an application, whatever, it's going to show on here. It's going to show the date. It's going to show the total of that, what the amount was. Even if you have a job that's unposted yet, it will still show up on here as unposted. It's going to show the acres, the fields, even the job number or the transaction number that you did, because when you go from scheduled job, it goes to an invoice number, but the number stays the same. It's going to show when you have payments. So it's going to say a payment with the check number, what the amount was, and when it was received. I also did an other charge and credit. So we see that he had a gallon of Mazafir that I took from a customer, gave him credit for, and charged him someone else for it. And again, it's all about how you filter this out. So you can set it by dates and different transaction types to kind of refine that. Just for the essence of time, I'm not going to go into all that. From here, we can go back to this customer list and we can generate what we call our one statement. So let's just say that you printed statements off for the month and you realize that, or he called you and said, hey, we had a billing discrepancy. So you can make a change to that in the posted invoice section, but you want to regenerate another statement for it. So once you make that change, the amount will update itself in the program, but the customer is going to need a statement for it. So you can go back in here and generate a statement that way. You can also generate statements that you had done in the past if you want to. So anytime that you've created a batch of statements, you can select from that batch of statements that you can generate from here. This is also where you're going to want to email the invoice or the statement from. So if the customer has the option for emailed statements, you'd go to this print statement and then select the send to email option. And you can change your discount date if you want to, heading, date, terms, even statement comment from here. So again, this is just one statement for that one grower. I'll show you later on how to generate a statement for all of your growers when if you want to generate a statement at the end of the month. This envelope icon is going to show you when anything was sent to the grower that was in regards to notifications or emailed statements. I don't know if does it keep track of the email invoices on this one here? It does. Okay, so it'll show that if you've sent like an email invoice from here as well. And then, of course, if you have an existing customer that you want to make an edit or change to, this is where you click the edit option. And I forgot to mention when we talked about the different edit options where you'll change the status of the grower. So if, again, it's somebody that you've stopped working for, just simply make him inactive. If, they've strung you along on the billing side for a long time, this is where you select it as charged off. Or if you have somebody that you're trying to get work for, but you're not sure if they're going to work for you or you're going to get to work for them or not, this is where you can make them as a lead. Any questions on any of this? So now underneath the customers tab, we're going to go to what we call our enter other charges and credits. So if you have a credit that you want to apply to their account, or just say you have a charge that you want to give to them, like a pain in the butt charge, or where I come from, like I would have chemicals that I order for a grower, and if I knew at the end of their treatments that I was going to have something left over, just in an attempt to save the grower money and also save the next grower money, if I needed a partial amount of a barrel or a jug, I would call the co-op, price it, figure out how many gallons it was in it. I would credit a grower for that amount for the 7 gallons of Super Wham, and then I would charge the grower that's going to receive it that amount of the same 7 gallons. So the first grower gets happy when he opens his bill and sees that he has a credit, and then the next grower opens his bill and sees that, hey, they saved me from having to buy a 30-gallon drum of Wham and only charged me for 7 gallons of an existing product they had on hand. So it just kind of gives you the ability to maybe do favors for your customers and just kind of set yourself apart from your competition that way. I guess I should say the only drawback to that is that you put yourself in financial liability for that chemical amount if they decide to leave you hanging on it. But now we're going to see our review posted charges and credits.
I have you have somebody that prepays, and I give them 3% on their money. How do I put that in there? It's like, the prepay is just say $100,000 and then the 3%. Where do I put that extra 3%?
Are you set up as what we call the monthly statement format? Okay. Can you answer that, Regina?
Yeah, I can go over with you individually too. I know you've asked several times, but whenever you enter your payment, you always enter payments in the payment screen. There's a place that says discount taken, so if you give me like a $100,000 prepayment, you would take 3% and add that to that. So your credit would account for like $103,000, for giving it 3%. But I can show you separately during the.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to make people in here envious of you accepting $100,000 prepayments.
180. I love every year when I get to college and say, I got you.
That's right. So this is where we're going to see all of those posted additional credits and payments. And then so when you do that, you can put in descriptions if you want to see the different days that you did that. If it's in that past or previous billing cycle, you can unpost that if you want to. But once it gets past a certain point, it is what we call cleared. And the only way to make a change or edit to that is to call us, and we'll just take care of that for you on that end. Moving on with the customer side, we're going to show about payments. This is where you're going to enter payments. So I know that we've got people in this room that are represented in 2 different ways on our payment formatting. So my demo account is set up in what we call the monthly statement only, whereas the other one is the pay per invoice. If you're unfamiliar with pay per invoice, most of the people in the South don't use this option because they're working for a grower and making multiple trips over the same location in a short time frame. So it makes more sense to just generate a monthly statement with all that work summarized on that statement. The only advantage to the pay per invoice side is obviously generating cash flow quicker and invoicing at completion of a job. But you can just use your imagination on how of a painstaking process that would be during pre-flood or during like picks and defoliation season. So that's why most of the people that are in here are monthly statement formatting. Moving along, we're going to the page where we can review the posted payments. So this is going to be any payment that you post with the date, the check number, the amount, memos. It'll display discounts if you administered discounts to that account, showing the date that the payment was applied, and you can also unpost those if they're still in that time frame of being editable from the last billing cycle. So under customer reports, quite a few different options here, and some of these reports are going to be redundant in other reports in the program. So we may skip over some and go back to some later. Our first option that we have is our customer balance listing. So we can filter by our status, our different types. So this is kind of where it makes it advantageous to create the types if you want to. We're going to show the different balances and refine those balances, like by the date or show and hide addresses, show totals. So we can generate this report in quite a few different ways to just kind of refine the information if we want to. I'm just going to kind of show all of my customers whether they have balances or not. Well, I'll just do them with balances only. And you can view that report through the view option of the program. You can generate that as a CSV, so that's your comma separated values. So that's something that you can copy and paste into an Excel sheet if you want to, or you can generate that as a PDF to where you can save that and email it. So when I view report, again, it's all of my customers with a balance, whether that's a credit or an outstanding balance. Before I ran that report, I could kind of fine tune the settings to only show outstanding balances or only show credits, just kind of like what we did before. Any questions on this part before I move along? Our next customer report that we can generate is our posted payments and credit listing. We'll just do this by one grower here. If you leave it unfiltered, I believe it will generate it for all growers. And you can filter that down by the dates if you want to. Showing the transaction by payments only, credits only, or both. And you can filter that by type if you wanted to as well. So again, kind of goes back to what I keep saying about having the different types. So even though I just kind of want to expand not only on this report, but anything else in the program, that's why I always encourage you to utilize all the different options that's out there, because you'll be surprised at what it'll end up doing for you in the long run with all the different reports that you can generate and all the different ways you can kind of analyze your data.
Great.
Yep.
I did want to emphasize one thing. A lot of people ask me what MTD means, and that just means anything since your last monthly roll. Sometimes your date ranges kind of cross over. It may not be exactly, maybe they made this work on the first, and you're looking at your dates from the beginning to the end of the month, and when it actually carries over a little bit. So if you put month to date, that's anything that's been since your last roll. It doesn't matter about date. So that's really a good thing, tool to use if you want to know what's in that monthly billing cycle. The MTD checkbox that was on that report, that's in a lot of the reports.
So this report's showing us all of our payments and credits that we've done for that grower. Again, if you left it unfiltered, I believe it will generate it for all of your growers, and it is a pretty lengthy report if you didn't filter it by date. So again, goes back to how you filter it and refine your results. Next one is going to be our customer discount balance listing. This is going to show, let's see. So correct me if I'm wrong, Regina, this customer discount balance listing, that's going to show me if I have anybody with current.
It really shows everybody. It's really for people that use discounts for early pay, you know, so, that's the only time that you would print that, instead of printing the other balance, they like to know actually what the discount balance is gonna be, that's really what they're expecting their income to be. So if you don't use discounts, it's really not necessary.
Gotcha.
You can print it either way, it's gonna match if you don't use discounts.
So the next one is something that kind of gets overlooked pretty often that would have saved people a lot of time and headache in the future. So the customer address listing is going to show you all of your customers with all of their addresses. And one of the really cool things that I liked about it was our print mailing labels. So if you send out an invitation to a complimentary dinner that you do in the spring, or you send out Christmas cards, or you send out notices of a price change, instead of having to type in all of the different customers that you have, you can click this button and that will generate all of your customers in a listing format that will print onto like the Avery address labels that are the size 3x10. Before that, we can just view report. So this is going to show all of your growers with their addresses and their contact information. Our customer transaction review, which I believe was one that we looked at on the customer list when we did the review transaction. We'll just click on this one again just to see it. Again, you can type in a grower if you want to. You can filter it by several different ways. And also too, I should go without saying, not only are you able to review it, you can generate a PDF, a CSV, and then the IIF, which I can't remember what it stands for, but it's something that can import into QuickBooks. What's that IIF represent?
QuickBooks' actual company name is Intuit Interface, so it's basically Intuit, so it's interface, Intuit file is what it stands for. It's the older desktop, but probably about a week we're releasing QuickBooks Online, so that's kind of where it's going, so that would not be used. You know, we'll have a brand new interface. We finally finished QuickBooks Online this week.
And then one last thing on the customers tab is going to be the manage customer types. So the ones that we created when we were assigning the customer types, if you wanted to delete those or get rid of them, this is where you would select those and then hit remove from there, or hit save to remove those. So any questions on the customers side of this? I'm going to move on to vehicles, and then I think that's going to probably wrap up around when lunchtime. I think lunchtime they said it's going to be available starting at 11:30. So we'll run through the vehicles here, and if anybody has any questions before I move on to vehicles on the customer side. Nope. All right, moving on here. So on the vehicle side, we'll go to manage vehicles. And this is going to be a list of all of the vehicles that I have. And so we use that terminology, vehicles, loosely. So the vehicles are representing your airplanes, your ground rigs, your drones, even the drone, like the truck and trailer treated as a unit. I'll explain the advantages to that here in just a minute. We can add a new one. So anytime that we're adding something, just always remember, as I'm sure some of you have set through Phil's training, if you're unsure where to go or where to create something, always look for the little green add button in the top right hand corner. So we'll just click add here. I don't believe you can set up vehicles in that setup menu. So all of your vehicle manipulation or additions are going to be through the vehicles page here. So again, we can add or we can edit an existing one if we want to. ID numbers are used for like your N numbers, your registration numbers, but you may have some kind of coding that you use if you have multiple ground machines or whatever. Your descriptions, typically where people are putting in the air tractor 502, 602, whatever. The decal option in the state of Arkansas, your plant board sticker that you get that you attach to the inside of your window, that's what that decal's number for. Anytime that you get your sticker, which from what I hear, it doesn't end up being until later on in the year with how things are going. But if you ever get that decal and you know the number, you can put it here in this column. Serial number, model year, gross weight, if you want to put any of that. I will say on the liquid capacity, this is where you can set what your liquid capacity is going to be. And like I said, we dealt with an 802 earlier, but you may want to only have a max capacity of like 775. That's where you'll type in that capacity, and that's where your low sheet configuring comes from based on the information that you put in here. I always encourage people to leave the dry capacity blank because that's going to change based on density of material that you use. So as you know, you move from urea to sulfate and potash, your dry capacity and weight's going to change based on the density of the material that you're applying. So if you want to configure how many loads that you have when you're doing dry product, I would just put in your dry capacity per job based on the typical amount of poundage that you carry for that material each time. Extra commission paid kind of goes back, I mean, everybody uses it differently, but one of the most common occurrences I see it as in the application world, a pilot's typically paid a certain percentage. Well, if he's in a helicopter, regardless of who ends up hopping in that helicopter, or if it's a machine that applicator changes interchangeably throughout the year, you can set up an extra percentage commission paid. So let's just say you're paying an applicator 20%, but you want to allow them to receive 25% if they're in this particular machine. So based on the different commissions that you have set up for your applicators, you would just put the number difference in the extra commission paid for them to receive the 25%, if it's in a machine that you want them to receive more commission for. The other information below is all optional, but there is a report that you can generate that's used to submit to the plant board or any of your other state's regulatory agency. So I know this information changes throughout the year or throughout the different kinds of chemicals that you use or different seasons, but you can input your swath, your nozzle information, nozzle size, which is going to go back to orifice size, nozzle type, so like your CP09, CP11s, and nozzle pressure, which again, I understand that changes sometimes, many times during the day, but you can set this information here if you want to. Because you all know if you get audited, this is information that they're going to ask for. And so you can generate a report that will supply all that information to them. Put in date purchased, purchase amount, date that the last maintenance was performed, all that here. Again, if you have an aircraft that you no longer use or that you sell or whatever, you would just make that inactive. That way you can still generate reports for the airplane or for the piece of equipment as you move forward in the future. And that's about everything on the vehicle side. Do I have any questions on that? Okay. Simple enough. It's like I gotta have a little time to keep moving here.
So now we'll move to the other side. So we're going to click on Manage Applicators. So just keep in mind that our applicators are going to show as users too. But from this page, all we're seeing are the ones that are assigned as applicators. So you can do the exact same thing that we're doing from the Utility and Manage Users page, but this is just showing us all of our people that we have designated as applicators. So this is where you can also create their login information, restrict permissions, put in their commissions, their license numbers, all that. So we'll just go ahead and edit an existing one here. So again, the different types are where you can select from here. You can put in their username, password, or regenerate them a password if you want to. You can assign them to a vehicle. So when we were in scheduling and we selected an applicator, if you recall, their vehicle information automatically populated. So from here is what allowed us to do that. Now you can change that airplane or their equipment on the job if you need to, if they happen to change, throughout the day or whatever. But the other neat thing is setting what their state license number is. And so the program will recognize if you have selected locations on the job that you're doing what state that you're working in when you do the job, and it will automatically pick which one of your state license numbers that you have entered based on the location that you have in the job. So if you're one of those lucky people that gets to operate in between Missouri and Arkansas, or Arkansas and Mississippi, or Arkansas and Tennessee, you can put in both applicators' numbers, and those will convey over into your invoices based on what area that you did the work. This is where you can set the applicator's commission, whether that's percentage or by an hourly rate. Then there's a training date and training provider. So if you want to keep up with when they recertified or who administered the training, this is where you can set that information. And that's more information that will carry over into that report that I mentioned earlier, that you'd want to supply to the plant board if you're ever audited. And then this is where you would restrict or add all of the permissions if you are allowing that applicator the ability to log into the program, whether it's to generate their own maps or maybe to put in work orders. You can see all of the different permissions that you can let that user have. And again, this is the exact same page or the exact same options that we see in the utility and managed user sections. This is just going to be for the applicators only. Any questions on this before I move on?
I would like to, sometimes, we don't know who the owner is, and somebody may say, they call in and say, hey, we need to change the name of our business, or transfer some data or something. So if we know, if we can get in there and know who the owner is, that kind of helps us verify that. Because I think, is there a place for owner?
There is. I don't know if it's on this one, but normally when I create an account for someone, I'll designate that person as the store owner. I have seen a lot of the old existing accounts that didn't have an owner designated, but
I just want to kind of throw that out there.
Underneath our applicators, once we have those created, this is where we would enter commission payments for the applicator. So you'd put in the applicator's name, a check number if you wanted to, and the amount and the date and a comment if you want to. So you may say January's payment or half year payment, whatever the case may be, on entering the payment for the applicator. Now we're going to take a look at reviewing the posted commission payments. So this is going to show you the list of all of the commission payments you've entered for your applicators. Everybody does payments for their applicators differently. Some people pay them monthly, some people pay them at the end of the year or at the end of the cycle. And then there's a new instance that I'm starting to hear about that some applicators are doing, or some operators are offering. I'll show you how to accommodate that part here in just a second. This is where we can make a manual commission adjustment. So let's just say that you did work for a year and you realized that you had paid an applicator the incorrect commission, whether you promised them 20 and you paid them 19, or promised them 18 and paid them 20. This is where you can make the adjustment to what their applicator balance is going to be, depending on if they owe you money or if you owe them money. Depends on whether you notate that as a negative or positive in the amount section of that. Any questions on that? This is where we can review the manual adjustments. I don't have any, but if I did have some, we'd be able to see where those are and all of the information that I entered pertaining to that portion of it. We're going to review posted manual commissions and adjustments. So should back up the first one. Well, I'm sorry, disregard that. Our commission scoreboard is going to show us who all is, and I guess well, not necessarily an outstanding, but depending on how you filter that date range, it's going to show you what their commissionable sale amount was and what their commission was. So you can do it for the month, or you can do it for the entire time that they've worked for you. So you'll be able to see at a glance that this applicator had an unfiltered in an unfiltered amount of time all the way up to this current date. He had a total gross sale amount $17,473. which left him a commission of $3,494. Moving on, and it's sorted by higher amounts. Our bottom one here is showing a commissionable sale amount of $1,094. And this commission amount is $218,000, and then it's going to give you a total of the balances at the bottom. So again, it's all about how you filter it and refine your result.
I just want to mention that was a custom report that we did for someone, and he was worried about giving some guys more jobs than the others, so he's trying to balance it out. So we kind of custom built this. So if you really want to know the balance, you probably want to use the balance listing. But this is basically something for a man in California that just wanted to do a scoreboard to see if he was giving too much to one guy and trying to balance it out. It was built for that.
Well, if you didn't hear that, it's just a tool that was developed to try to help the operator be able to compare commissions to make sure that one wasn't getting an unfair amount over the other. Our commission balance report is going to let us know what all their balance is for the current time. So the way I normally enter my commission payments, I look and see who has an outstanding balance. I'll print this off, and then that's the amount that I'll use when I enter their payments for them. This is a invaluable tool that, and I'm going to kind of tell off on myself on a mistake that I made when I was using Chem-Man myself. So I had two pilots that I managed, and I had one pilot that wrote down everything that he did and kept up with all of his pilot commission just to act as a checks and balance system. In the beginning, it kind of aggravated me, but in the long run, it actually ended up coming in both of our favors. The second pilot, he didn't keep up with anything. We got to the end of the year, and the pilot that kept up with all of his applicator commissions realized that I had shorted him about $2,000 in pilot pay, which, if you do the math, can be the equivalent to about $10,000, $10,000 to $12,000 worth of possible unbilled work. So I got pretty worried and started doing an audit through all the different reports in the program. And I audited it 3 different times. I looked at all the information that he had kept up with. And as I started going through all this, I realized that every job that he had record of, I had billed out for, and I had billed out for the correct amount. So I was relieved to know that I hadn't mischarged a grower or forgotten to bill a grower. But I generated this report, and I started seeing a discrepancy, or I guess an anomaly, of about 10 different jobs where the applicator received no commission for it. And long story short, I had created an application charge for seeding, but I had forgotten to select it as commissionable. So I was billing the grower the correct amount, but I wasn't paying him commission for those seeding charges throughout the year. So this report right here gave me the ability to figure out that I had accidentally not given the applicator commission for that job. And the other pilot who didn't keep up with it, he had about 3 different jobs where he was shorted pilot commission too. I was able to figure that out based on this as well. So it's kind of where I like to try to tie in all the different reports. You don't really know how good they are until you need it. And once you need it and generate that report, you can see the value in it pretty quickly. So this is just kind of a report to let you know each job that was done for that applicator, what the commission amount was and what the commission percentage was based on that job. It gives a date of each transaction and also the job number. So if you need to go and make an edit to a job, if you have to, you can search for it by the job number here. And this is where we can print our commission transaction payments. So this is going to tell us everything, for that particular applicator. It's just kind of going to give that as a breakdown in a printable format. So any questions on all this?
I've got a question. On the report where you can put in how much commission we actually pay, will that only show the information I put in, or will that pull information from the system? Does that make sense?
Not particularly to me. That may be, Regina, you may chime in on this.
I know that's an odd, this is hard to ask this question. So what I don't want to see what the computer tells me that I should be paying them. The only information I want is what I actually pay. So
Everybody needs to be able to hear this.
my question is, I don't want to know what the computer thinks I should be paying commission. I just want to keep up with what I actually paid for the commission. So if I go in and put in, like, this month I paid X amount in the section where you can do that, will that only say that? Ignore
That
the
very
system?
last, the report that you're doing now, you can filter by posted payments only,
Let me close out some of these tabs here.
yeah. Okay, so when you go to the very last report, it says, there's an option, it says commission and payments, you can say all, or you can say payments only. So if you want to click on payments only, and, might click month to date or something, Drake, and then view report, then you'll only see your payments.
Okay.
That'll work?
Yeah, that'll help me, because, at the end of the year, or during the year even, they may say, hey, how much have I made this year?
Yeah.
And that'll give me, but
To be clear, a lot of people don't even put payments in, and I think they really should, because we have found that some people realized they were doing a date range, like I mentioned earlier, and sometimes the dates crossed over a little bit further, so they weren't really getting paid for the full amount. So I think it's important to enter the payments too, but a lot of people don't enter the payments. Drake, are you?
I got one more thing I want to say on the payment side. So I was asked recently by an operator who had talked amongst several other operators, just due to the competitive nature of pilots looking for jobs and whatnot. They're wanting to offer a base salary for an applicator and then begin paying them the commissionable amount once they meet that threshold. And I couldn't figure out how to accommodate it, so Regina was able to inform me on a way to do that. So let me get to that page here. Under entering the commission payments, you'll put in that applicator and then you'll put in the amount. So let's just say, for simplicity's sake, you wanted to offer a $75,000 base salary to the applicator. That way they're guaranteed an amount. They know that they're going to make that whether they meet those acres or not. And then anything after that amount that they would make in commission, they make as a bonus or commissionable amount after that. So we'll just put in an applicator and we'll put in 75,000. And once we have posted that, you still set up the applicator amount with his commission amount. And as you do the work, it will deduct off that balance until you get through that threshold. And then once you get past that threshold, work that you do past that will start showing that as an amount that you owe from there. So again, it's kind of a new way, but there's a lot of people that I believe that are about to start going to that, just to kind of help incentivize recruitment for new applicators.
Yes, payments, remember, payments always go into payments, whether it's a customer or prepaid. Some people put it in as a credit. A payment always needs to go in as a payment. So if you pay someone, put it in the payment section.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Hope everybody has a full belly and hope everybody can stay awake, because I know I'm gonna struggle for a pre-lunch nap myself, but I'm gonna, in the essence of saving time, there's some of the stuff I'm gonna have to kind of go through a little bit faster than what I had originally planned, but if there's any of this that you want to ever go over further, then we can talk about it afterwards or talk with one of our support personnel outside. So now I'm going to move on to the report side of this. So the first one I'm going to get into here is what we call our posted field application report. We've added some new ways to filter that. So as the programs become popular in the drone world, or as it's become used for ground and other places, we've seen a pretty big surge in people requesting to generate account information or job information based on the state that you're in or the county that you're in. So as long as you have those designated on your field locations, and I'll show you how to do that once we build a poly or a field, you can now filter the jobs that you do by state, by county, and then of course, all of the other ways you've always been able to filter this report. One of the most beneficial parts about this report, there's several different ways you can kind of look at it. I think one of my biggest ones I like to use it for was I had a customer that was in a lawsuit with a chemical company for having a product that didn't work. So he was trying to generate a report to show how much product did he use on that particular crop for the year. Maybe the customer's in a government program, so like a CSP or whatever. Maybe he's doing cover crop work and he's having to give that all over to his NRCS office for payment. This report will help generate that information. This also is a report that people will generate when they're audited. So some things that I didn't know it could do that would have been helpful to know when I used to use this report is suppressing charges. So when I got audited a few times in the past, I generated this report and then I took a black Sharpie and went through and colored over every little single line item that had a charge. If I'd have just paid attention a little bit, I probably could have realized that you could suppress charge. So
Like fuel surcharge, that type of thing?
anything that's got an amount on it. So here, I'll generate one real quick. I'll show you with the charge and then without the charge. So right now I'm going to be able to show charges. And so it's going to give total cost of the job, total cost of line items. So if you have just the application or if you have fuel charges, whatever. So let's generate the report with the charges suppressed. So then you see it's got all the job information, but it doesn't show what the customer was billed or what they paid. So matter of fact, I had a chemical company that was always trying to get reports for their customers for rebates on chemicals. Well, I didn't like that information going out that had what I was charging the customer. So, I could have suppressed the charges on this and instead of going through with a Sharpie and color everything out. So this report is all about how you filter it out. Just like all the other reports, you can do it by dates. These different things that you can select or unselect is going to refine your results. I'm not going to get into all that, but it's pretty impressive on what this will do and generate for you, especially from an analytical side. The other reports that we've come to found to be pretty popular are what we call our logbook reports. So I know the terminology on that may throw some people off. It's not logbooks for your aircraft. It's going to be logbooks per customer, per applicator, or per field location. Again, it's all about how you filter it out. So you can generate the same report based on these three different options here. So I'll just do logbook by customer, and I'll type in a customer name here. And it's going to give a running total of all the jobs that you did. And that running total amount is going to be what that customer spent and what the total acres covered. So out of all this work that I left unfiltered from conception of the account to when we started working through, based on how I filter that time range out, it's going to show me how many acres you covered for that customer and what the total price was, or total gross charges were for that customer. And you can see that down here. So total charges were 194,000 and total acres applied was 20,747.
More than one customer on that report?
Let me see.
You could do a customer type if you wanted to.
Yeah, so that's when the customer type section of that comes into play, that we talked about earlier. Like if you group customers in certain areas or whatever, that's where you can see that.
There's, a lot of times you'll have one customer that's got 3 or 4 different entities, if you could do all the entities together.
So you'd group all the entities in one customer type and she would select that on customer type?
Yeah. So you could create him a type and it'd be like his name or entity name and select it as a type, and then that's how you could filter it out. So again, that's kind of why I go back to, even though it doesn't seem like it's important, it's really beneficial to utilize the different types. And so like, I didn't even think about it, until we started talking about it, how it'd be good to set up a type that way, so.
Have you ever used this? Have I before? No, I never did that.
Do what?
I never knew this.
It's a fairly new one. I think it come out like it's been since I've been with Chem-Man, so over 3 years now. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. That's why I wanted to bring attention to that, because even me, when I looked at it, I was like, why the hell I want to know what the airplane logbook was, so, yeah. And again, you can do it by applicator too, so it's kind of neat if you want to see, what the applicator did. So I'll just type in one real quick. And of course, even though it's by applicator or by customer or by location, you can still add the other layers of filtering into it if you wanted to see it per applicator, per customer, and vice versa. So he's covered 265,000 acres, and total charges was 1.2 million. And of course, I didn't filter it by date range, so that's 3 years of data that has been processed for him, so. Some other reports, let me see here. I guess the condensed transaction report, I'm not gonna touch too much on it. You can view it as a PDF or a view. It's just kind of an overview of, total acres, total charges, total credits, net charges, different things like that. So it's good. Go ahead.
I did want to mention something. Not everybody rolls. If you're a paper invoice, a lot of people don't roll. So this would be the report to do your bookkeeping information instead of your monthly summaries and things like that. This is where you come and put your date range in that you need for your bookkeeping information. So if you need to give that to your bookkeeper, just do a date range this report. If you don't roll.
So speaking of rolling, there's going to be some people that don't understand that. You can grab the mic and I'll let you explain the rolling process, because no, not the report, just the process of rolling and why you wanted to roll, why you wouldn't want to enroll or roll if you're PPI, whatever.
And I apologize for the word roll. I came up with it 33 years ago in the DOS days. I just thought it was a good name for clearing out. It's kind of like a credit card statement. You see everything since the last credit card statement that you got. So just rolling is basically clearing out your month, But this is basically whenever you print all your statements, and most people in the South, like when I created the old program, it has all the invoices on the statement. So then after they got done, you just cleared your month out. So I called it rolls. And so when you roll your month out, you roll your balances to a previous balance. But there are people now that in other areas that want to print invoices. So they just print out the invoices, especially growing companies, and there's a lot of people that just want to get their cash flow quicker, and they don't do statements. They may do statements as well, but either way, they print invoices more often, so they don't necessarily want to roll. So we have an option if you want to. It's called paper invoice. So whenever you receive your payment, you click on the invoice that you want to pay. So it's a whole different process. You have to be either one. You can't be both. But anyway, you can have an option just to only see a statement, which is a sum of what they only owe. So if you want to set that up in your system settings, we can set it up if you are a paper invoice person. So you can send invoices if you are a paper invoice customer. Does that make sense? Just your outstanding list. Otherwise,
Why would you not roll?
Well, there are people that just don't want to do statements. They just mail out invoices all the time. That's all they do. So this is the report that they would use to understand their bookkeeping right here. And a lot of people like to see this just at the end of the year, just to see how they did. So instead of for a month, even if you roll, you can still print that out, for your bookkeeping. Maybe at the end of the year, you want to give this to your bookkeeper and say, this is my net charges, my payments, and they do your bookkeeping for you. So I hope that made sense.
So moving forward from there, we have a tab for customer reports. So this customer report tab is redundant. It's the exact same reports that we went through in our customer section earlier. So all the exact same options, same reports from there. Our next one is our data comparison reports. This was a personal favorite of mine. So if I experienced a price change and when I looked at it and I said, well, I grossed more in revenue in May than what I did in May the year before. Well, it may just be because of a price change, when in reality, I may have seen a reduction in acres. So there's two options here. It's field application sales by month year, and then field application acres by month year. And of course, this only works better for you the more years you've used the program and the more years that you have to compare to. So I'll just click field application sales by month and year, and you can view that as a PDF or a view option here. And you can filter that date range if you only want to compare one year to another, or leave it unfiltered and see it all from all the years you have data in the account. This is going to give a monthly breakdown in field application grosses based on each year that you have data. So you can compare and say, well, in March of 24, I had grossed 258, but in March the year before, I was at 70,000. Or you may be in 25 and see that you're off from where you were in March last year. But you can kind of go through the months here and say, well, I was off in May, but then I picked up more in June, and be able to make that comparison that way. The next option is data comparison in the field application acres by month year. So this is what I'm saying. You may have seen an uprise in gross, but when you look at this, you may actually still be less acres just because you had raised your price from the year before. So these are the acres that you would have covered or processed in that time from year to year and month to month. Of course, we have the same report options in graph format. So it's the exact same option. It just kind of shows it graphically. So depending on how many years you have, it shows them with different lines, different colors. You can kind of see it if you're someone that may be more, like to see things more visually. This is kind of an option to accommodate for you. And that's available in both the field application sales comparison and the acres comparison from month to year. Got some inventory reports. I'm going to kind of cover those when we get over into the inventory aspect of the program, so I'm going to kind of skip that for now. Another one that's really handy in the reporting side is our charge and price list. So there's several different ways you can kind of filter this out before you generate this. So we get asked this a lot for an ability to generate a quote. That is an update that's coming out in the future to where you can make like a mock work order for a quote. But one thing that a lot of guys are really liking is the ability to just kind of show what your prices are per your application, or maybe prices are for chemicals if you sell chemicals as well. And that could be like even just a drift reduction agent, or you may, I know chemical sales isn't really the most popular thing in the South, but I know just about everybody probably sells like control or something with the application. So you have the ability to generate it through this way too. I'm going to minimize all this just to see my application charges. And I've got quite a few in here, from airplanes to drones to ground, and rotor wing, fixed wing, all that. I even have what we call tiered pricing set up, and I'll get into that when we start talking about chemicals and charges later on. But if you have the tiered pricing, it will actually show a breakdown. So I have a pretty complex tiered pricing from my dry ground rig application. And so that gives me my breakdown. If I'm putting out 400 pounds to the acre, then it's $9 an acre. If I'm putting out 500 pounds to the acre, then it's $10 an acre. And it just kind of keeps going through that sequence depending on how you have your tiered pricing structure. And I'll expand more on the tiered pricing when we get into the chemicals and charges later on. Another one that we have, so you can set up other charges too, like a fuel surcharge or a mileage charge or per diem or whatever you want to. You can generate a report to show that way. And I would do that by unselecting everything and leaving the other option selected. And so that's going to give me, I've got a charge based on a discount. So when we talked about discounts earlier, you can set up a line item discount charge. I got a fuel surcharge, mileage, per diem, quite a few different other charges is what I like to call them. So you can generate a price list that way.
Hey Drake,
Yep.
are those charges per customer, or is that just per your account?
Per account. But
Can you set customer level pricing or no?
you can, well, you can set pricing however you want to. You can have as many different prices as you want to. And I'll get into the complexities of those when we move on to the chemical side, but there's two different name layers on the charges. And I'll kind of expand on that later. That'll make more sense if you had like customer charging. Next one that I really like is the gross sale report. This, I think, is gonna, if I remember correctly, this is gonna be where having tack time really comes in handy. So depending on if you have tack time, and you can see that I have some that I did not enter tack time for, but based on the acres that's covered with the gross sale amount, it's gonna show what my gross sales per tack hour is, and then what that gross sales per acre is. So this is gonna give you the ability, if you put in the tack time, that's why I was saying earlier about putting in that tack time, you're gonna be able to see what one applicator is grossing per hour as opposed to the other one. So this is a really, awesome feature that you can have in the program. Our flight start and tack report. So if you put all that flight information in like we did and completion information, this is going to generate a report for you. You can see those broken down per each job that you do, or before you do that, you can just say totals only. And the totals only is what you're going to want to supply to your maintenance shop, during different intervals throughout the year. So total flights, total starts, all that information. So the ones that's most current for me are these two aircraft at the bottom. So far they've got 342 hours of total tack time, 971 flights, 81 starts, and then the next one's 340 in tack time, 960 flights, and 78 starts. So they're about neck and neck right now on tack time, flights, and starts.
All that, is there a way to go in like at the end of the day, just put that in instead of like in your, sheet, whatever?
He's asking if, instead of putting that information in on a one job, is there a way to enter your flight and start time, flight start and stop, or flight start and tack times, like just make an addition outside of a job through that way?
There's not, but you could put it on one job at the end of the day if you wanted to do that. Some people do, as long as the totals add up,
Yeah, and so if you do the totals only, it doesn't matter if you did it per job or one job at the end of the day, your totals are still going to be right. You're just not going to be able to break down, kind of like what I was showing you with that gross sales report a minute ago. So if generating that gross sales report isn't something you're worried about, then just putting that information in one job per day is still going to give you the same end result on your service life information.
Greg, would you mind showing that gross sale application card type? I get a lot of requests for that. I had it on the desktop, the application charge type. Do you have different sorts down there?
I might. You did say gross sales report, correct?
That's the chemical channel charge type?
No, you said the gross sales report, right? And filtering it by how?
Sort by the next to the last one. Chemical charge. Yeah. People are missing their liquid dry report.
Yeah, so this is going to give you a breakdown of all the different application types that you have, whether they're dry or liquid or, whatever that combination is. So I've got, a total applied and poundage of my dry work, and then a gross sales of, 916,000, and then liquid application charges of, I've got that set up by gallon. That's gonna be based on your diluted line. But then I have a gross sales amount of that at like 1.6 million, so. And then it's also showing my other ones too. And if you filtered it out just by per application charge, then all of these other ones here wouldn't be listed too. So again, it's all about how you filter it out. So I really encourage you, if you're unfamiliar with some of these, just this time of the year when there's not a lot going on, just go in there and generate reports and try all the different filter options. You'd be kind of amazed about what you can probably end up generating for yourself. This is going to be our invoice, transaction, and statement format. How often do you think this?
I would even go,
Okay, yeah, I didn't think so.
that was before we had paper invoices, so it's basically to accommodate.
So if you do sell chemicals with the application, and it could be as small as, a drift reduction agent, or you could be, kind of a one-stop shop for everything, depending on where you are. This is the chemical sales and margin report. So if you're putting in what you're paying for a product, what you're selling it for, whether that's with the application or over the counter, this is going to generate margins for you. So even if you're just as simple as selling like control or something with your application, I encourage you to kind of make use of this, because this is going to help show you what you paid for it and what you made for it and what you had in extended cost. So right now, I'm just going to type in one product that I'm selling. And I'll hit view report. And this is going to give me every job that I've sold that product in, the quantity in which it was sold, what it cost per unit, what the total cost was, what the unit price sold was, what the total sale amount is, and then the margin off each transaction along with the date. And then at the bottom, it's going to give me what my total margin was, what I sold it for, and what I paid for it. So I bought all of the quantities that was sold for $115,000, sold it for $119,000, and I made $4,000 in margins on it. So it's all about how you set all that information up. We're going to move along to the month end aspect of this. So this is where obviously the guys that are doing monthly statements, this is where you're printing your monthly statements from. Our condensed statement report. I kind of like this one. It may not be that popular. It's just going to kind of give a breakdown of all the information based on that statement for the current month. So just kind of like an overview of, it just gives you a way to kind of see that visually at an overview of everything before you maybe generate those statements. Monthly or summary report. This is going to give you a breakdown of maybe your previous balances, total acres, what your field charges were for that current month, what you had in chemical sales. It's going to give you your total discounts taken, total amount of finance charges, even other charges if you had it, credits, net charges, total pay, and new balances. It's going to give a breakdown of the applicators that you have, what their commissionable sale amount was, the commission acres, and what their commission total is, along with the grand total of commission. And then it's going to give you a breakdown too on your chemical and charge types. So again, kind of goes back to the liquid and dry aspect of that report we generated earlier. And then it's going to give you a breakdown in vehicle information as well. So how many acres one airplane or one piece of equipment did versus the other one, the gross sale that did in that time, gross sales per tack hour if you have tack time entered, and what that gross sale per acre is. So this report alone is invaluable to be able to analyze your data, because obviously when you're doing pre-flood urea with all the different poundages and the different price options you have for that, it's really going to help break down and see what you're actually grossing per acre on those charges, which to me is obviously a big deal, because that's kind of where we make our big money at on this in the South. And then, of course, this is where we can roll the month for those that are unfamiliar with rolling the month. You wouldn't even recommend rolling the month if you're PPI at all, would you, Regina?
I honestly wouldn't. I think that, and let's say there are some people that do paper invoice that like it, and I know a lady in California, she said, I like to know everything done during the month. So there are people that do, that have paper invoice, but, I honestly, I think it's easier just to show the statements that are just invoices that are outstanding.
And so if you're still wanting to do invoices, but not show like work that's been paid for, there's a setting in your system settings that you can select to turn off, activity that's been paid for already and only generate a statement that shows outstanding work. So any questions on all this before we move over to the inventory aspect of it? Yes, sir.
Okay, just to make sure I'm completely understanding this, if I do invoicing, but I also want to do statements, I can still roll it. I don't have to close that end of the month.
Well, I know that you're PPI, so I would not recommend rolling the month. And Regina, you may want to expand on why they wouldn't want to roll the month, being that they're PPI.
I can talk to them individually, but in general, it allows you to actually go back. If you roll the month twice, you can't edit anything, and sometimes paper invoice, sometimes they need to go back far away and edit something, and they're not allowed to, once you roll your month. So it has more restrictions if you roll your month because of bookkeeping,
So I would recommend, if you're still wanting to generate statements, and I'll show you that setting here in a little bit, just selecting that option to generate statements only for outstanding work.
Gotcha.
Yep.
That's the only reason I want to run statements anyway, outstanding.
Right.
yeah. Okay. Now, if you want to show all your payments and what the previous balance was, you need to roll your month. But if you just want to show your outstanding invoices, then just don't roll and put your paper in.
Clear as mud? Okay, good deal.
And just to be clear, I have a few people that asked me, they didn't realize that we have a training room. They can come to our training room anytime you have unlimited training sessions. It's not just one time. If you want to call in and say, I'd like to schedule a training session, we'll help you with all of that. This seminar just to kind of go over detailed stuff, but we'll do.
Yeah, this isn't your only opportunity to be exposed to this and be able to ask questions. So, and I'll say this for everybody, whether you're a longtime existing customer, a new customer, whatever. If you add new people to the team, or you just want a refresher, or maybe you've used the program a certain way for a while and you want to see if you can kind of expand on your capabilities, you can always do a refresher or another training with us. Our support team is a tool at your guys' disposal. We want you to be able to get the most out of this program that you can. So speaking from past experience, I used the program myself for 4 years. There's still things that I learn about it now. There was things that I learned about it as I went through it. So it's all about, what you want to get out of it. But, you could do as many trainings as you want to and kind of build off of your previous information. I wouldn't recommend, if you are a new customer, trying to learn how to do everything that this does at one time, because it's going to be pretty overwhelming. But I always say to just kind of take baby steps. And Rome wasn't built in a day. And, like I said before, I used it to bill and make a map only. And then when I got towards the end of my time using Chem-Man, I was scheduling through it and wish that there was other things that I knew that it did that I could have utilized too, that would have probably made us more efficient and probably helped us in the long run make more money. So there's always more to build off of this. So on the inventory side, even if, again, you're just selling like a drift reduction agent, or if you're, even wanting to track like customer delivered inventory, you can do all that through the inventory option. And I know there's quite a few different complexities to the inventory side, so I'm not gonna get too deep into it, one way or the other. But for the inventory aspect, I'm just gonna kind of show you a simple addition. There's 2 layers that you can add to the inventory tracking aspect of it. 1 being vendor, 2 being warehouse. I have the vendor option set up for mine. The vendor option is what you're gonna want to use if you are tracking customer delivered product. So you would want to make a vendor that you call customer. I've got a few different vendors that I'm using. You can create as many as you want to, name them whatever you want to. I've got a handful in here now, but it just helps add another layer of product tracking. Maybe if you're getting the same product from multiple outlets. And then of course, if you have the different warehouses, you're able to kind of simultaneously have the same product in different places that you can allocate all those amounts out through. Again, the warehouse feature I have disabled on mine right now, but it is an extra layer that you can add to it. And the only thing is when you have a vendor, if you assign a vendor through product, you'll want to make sure that you select that vendor when you go through your scheduling or when you go through like the invoicing aspect of it. So I'll just put in a chemical here.
Hey, can you back up a second what you just said? If you're using the warehouse on inventory, so when you're doing the scheduling, you will mark that.
If you have your warehouse grouping turned on, if you didn't select it as a warehouse and you put it as a vendor, it's going to essentially pull a negative amount because it's going to recognize it as essentially a different product because you don't have that warehouse portion turned on in the scheduling side. So we enter this product here with a vendor, and then we go through scheduling and we deduct the product either through scheduling or through an invoice, and we don't have the vendor turned on or don't have the vendor selected, it's going to pull a negative amount from space. Yeah. Same way with the warehouse. So does that make sense? I'm just going to put in one product here. And if it was customer delivered, then I would select my customer vendor and then put who the customer is. And if you assign it to that customer, then once you're doing customer delivered product through the program, when you're doing a job in scheduling, it'll automatically recognize that customer through your customer account name that you're pulling that from.
When you put all these in and do these jobs, does it take it away from that?
Yep, so it takes it away from 3 different areas, and you set that in your system settings. You can have it deduct inventory at time of scheduling, which I highly recommend not doing because that's going to obscure your inventory amount if you haven't done that job yet. You can have it set to deduct inventory when the job moves to an invoice, whether it's posted or unposted, or you can have it deduct inventory once the invoice is posted. Most people will do it the last 2 ways, and there's no kind of rhyme or reason why people prefer one way or the other, but very seldom do people deduct inventory from scheduling, because you can kind of see where that'd be confusing, because you technically hadn't done the work yet, but that amount's already deducted from your inventory. So I'm going to put in a total amount, let's just say 250 gallons to represent a bulk shuttle that I received. And I'll post that transaction. And then so now when we go to inventory, we can review posted inventory, additions and deductions. So this works the same way too if, let's just say you have multiple warehouses and you make a transfer. So you'd want to select your warehouse option in your system settings. But let's just say you transferred a bulk tank of a product from one warehouse to the other and you want to represent that here on the program. So you'd put that product in, select the warehouse that it's leaving from, put the amount with a negative sign on that, and then the next line you'll put in the same product, the new warehouse it's going to, and then the 250 gallons. And that'll represent your transfer that way. So now I'm going to look at this inventory that I just posted. So we can see that was the inventory item that we just brought in, the 250 gallons on the 6th. It's going to show, depending on how I have that date filtered, any inventory addition or deduction that I did manually. It's not going to show your inventory deduction through a job. There's another report that we'll see that through here in just a second. So our chemical history report is where we're going to be able to see any time that chemical has been used, deducted, added. And then again, there's quite a few different filter options if you only want to see certain parts of that inventory that's moved through your inventory chain. I'll just type in a product here. and I'll leave it unfiltered right now. So I have it set up to see additions, deductions, chemical sales, and field application invoices, but you can toggle these kind of on and off if you only want to see when it was added, or if you only want to see when it was deducted manually, or maybe you just want to see when it was used in a chemical application job. So this is going to give me a total of my additions, totals of chemical sales, and my field application invoices. I don't have any manual deductions, so there's none to show there. But then it's going to give me a running total of my additions less the deductions. So right now I've got a running total of around 28,000 gallons of that product on hand in inventory right now. Any questions on any of this so far? Again, I know the inventory aspect is probably not the most important to a lot of you guys in here, but even if you are dealing with like customer delivered product, I can't tell you how nice it would have been if I had used this. And when I was trying to order chemical, if I had pieces outside, I could have been able to look at this and know, ideally, it's not going to take human error into effect, but I would have been able to know how much product I had left over from someone else that I could have used, or maybe it was the grower's own product. And instead of taking that 5 minutes to run out to the hangar real quick and count how much facet I had, I could have been able to run a report and say, well, he's got, 3.75 gallons of facet, and I only needed to order, 3 gallons. So it's just kind of a way to try to help save some time and speed up all this process, even if you are just handling customer delivered product. I know too, where I'm from, I was dealing with customer delivered product, but like during soybean desiccation and during burn down, the co-ops would come leave a tote of a product out, and I would just pull what I needed from it, and I had to keep a separate spreadsheet of all the amounts that I was using, and then either weekly or daily, I'd call, Greenpoint or Nutrient or whoever and say, hey, I've got this customer got this amount, this customer got that amount, and I mean, I kept up with it, but it was kind of a pain. Having it done this way would have been so much easier and so much more precise on the amounts too. So just one of those tidbits I'd like to recommend. If you'd like to explore it and don't quite understand it, just feel free to talk with us at another time too. We'd be happy to show you how to get all this set up. Quantity on hand report, do this by chemical or do this by the entirety. So I'm just going to view everything that I have on hand right now. So I've got just a handful of products that I'm tracking with inventory. It's giving me my total amounts. You can change to what quantities this stuff's being tracked through inventory. And I'll kind of show you all that here as we go through our chemical setup later on. Inventory reorder report. This is pretty handy if you are dealing with chemical sales or maybe even control. We've got an operator that I'm good friends with that sells control with the application. He's always trying to figure out when he needs to order more. So you can actually set an amount on each chemical to notify you when you get below that threshold so that you can order more product. So I've got a few set right now. I'll see if I'm below any of those thresholds. So, yep, I've got 2 products. I've got Valor set at 240 pounds. Right now I'm below that. I've only got 229 pounds on hand. Zidua, I've got a reorder amount at 250 gallons, and I'm sitting at 200 gallons right now. So it's letting me know that I'm below those thresholds that I designated on chemical amounts. So this is just letting me know I need to reorder this chemical amount. If you are selling products with the application, or if you're holding inventory on consignment, obviously that's going to pose some big liabilities for you on the insurance side. So our guys that are dealing with handling chemical inventory to any degree, they like to run this report so that they know how much total amount that they need to let their insurance carrier know that they need to be covered for if in the event that there's ever a building fire, hangar fire, whatever, or even damaged chemical amount. So we'll just hit view report, and it's letting me know what my extended cost is based on the amount that I paid for the chemicals and what I have in chemical on hand. It's giving me my extended cost in product that I have stored currently. So this particular applicator, he calls his agent every month, especially right now when he's doing his chemical pre-buy. He's calling and letting his insurance know, hey, I've got X amount of dollars in product on hand that I need to make sure that I'm gonna be covered for if in the event anything unfortunate happens.
Can you go in there and manually adjust your inventory?
Yep, that's, I think, the next one, yep. So our inventory adjustments. So there's a few different ways you can do this. If you want to do it per chemical and you aren't worried about it being allocated to a customer's transaction, like if you know that you pour too much product in and you don't want to charge that grower for it. Well, let me back up. If you pour too much product in, you know you messed up, but you want him to, you still want it to be accounted for on your financial side. Just make that adjustment in the job or the invoice itself or the over-the-counter chemical sale. But if you want to eat that cost and you want to adjust for your inventory, because I recommend reconciliating your inventory amounts as often as you can. You've reconciled your inventory and you realize that you're 10 or 15 gallons off of a product. You can go here and do inventory adjustments, and you can type in that product. And once you have that product in, you can click Start Adjusting, and then you can hit Correct Amount and put in what that true quantity that you want it to be, and then hit Save when you're done.
Well, my thing was, we all sell chemicals that farmers keep it up. So you have a job, every load gets 24 gallon part X out of the total.
Yeah.
They're probably gonna put 25 in there.
Right.
You know, look, guys, just make it easy. But if you put that 25 gallon per load on your worksheet or whatever, it may.
It's gonna show you as off, it's gonna, yeah, I was gonna say, it's gonna put you off label.
Right. Just go in afterwards and just manually adjust it.
Make that manual adjustment, yeah. The other question too is, well, what if it's the end of the year and we want to start over? I wouldn't recommend manually adjusting everything. There's a system setting, and I'll go ahead and cover it now so I don't forget about it. In your system settings, under the setup menu, you'll go down to the inventory tab, and there's an inventory start date, and you can input a new date, and that essentially the program still has saved all of your other inventory information, but it's going to restart all of your inventory amounts. It's going to essentially start it from zero. So anytime that you run inventory reports from henceforth, your inventory filter date is going to be, it's going to default as that inventory start date that you selected on there. So even if you want to pull up previous information, you can adjust that date range and see older stuff if you want to, but it may obscure your inventory amount that way too. So this inventory start date is just kind of an easy way to refresh your on-hand inventory. This time of the year, it's pretty often people just kind of want to start from scratch on that. So there's another tab for what we call chemical sales. This is going to be like over-the-counter chemical sales, or like out the door. I'm not going to focus on that too much, just in an essence to kind of save time here. Any questions on the inventory side of this before we move on? How many people sell a drift reduction agent with the application though? So I'm going to go back to where we were in scheduling, where we started at the very beginning this morning. I talked about all the different bits of information that you can display, and those are all kind of going back to our like list settings. So at first glance on our job schedule list, we're seeing, and I'm utilizing retail logins too. So I have it turned on to show me which accounts put the work in. It's gonna show me my job number, who the customer is, the locations for the job, the applicator that's been assigned to it, what the crop is, the chemicals, the chemical mixture, total acres. It's gonna show remaining acres, so if you started the job and you went and put like half of your completion information, it's gonna show how many acres are remaining from that. A schedule date if you set it, a status, so there's quite a few different statuses you can have within each job too, and I'll go over all those here in a minute. This is the overview of the wind. So if you remember when we created the job earlier, I assigned particular wind directions that was preferred for the job. That's where these are going to display on the list. And I have it to show who the job was created by. So if you have multiple people in your office that are creating work orders, it can show who made that work order. So if there's ever any question about what happened, we can always trace back to where that came from. And I have an option to show me who it was printed, or if it was printed, and it can show you the date and the time in which that was printed. So let's just say you printed off a job, someone went in behind you and made an edit to it, and we realized that we either made the application or we were about to make the application and the information wasn't right. Well, I know that I went in and edited the job at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Well, I can see that this was printed at 4:30, so that's a reminder to me, hey, I need to reprint this map or reprint that applicator report. To add more options on this or to take some of those away, we're going to click on our list settings tab right here. And these are all the different toggles that you can select or unselect to show on that job schedule list. Just obviously make sure that when you make any of these changes that you click Save Settings when you're done. Any questions on this? Okay. So there are quite a few options up top from the job schedule list too. The best way to make this one work, I think, you can see kind of from an overview all the jobs that you have scheduled. So you can select individual ones, or you can select all, and I'll hit Map Selected Jobs. And this is going to give me an overview of all the different jobs that I have assigned right now. And of course, you can print or you can download a shapefile from this if you want to. This isn't necessarily what I would want to dispatch my work from, but if you filter these jobs down by schedule date, or if you filter them down by an applicator, there's so many different ways you can configure this, and then you may just kind of want to see at an overview, of what you have after you filter that. That's your option from there. There is an option to select by map that is currently inoperative, but the only downfall to that too is if you have 3 or 4 polys in that job and you select it, it counts it as all of those. So we actually came out with a new dispatching tool, and I'm going to go over that here a little shortly. Let's just say you had quite a few jobs that you had scheduled and you wanted to delete them. Well, you could select a few of these and do a mass edit and change the status of the job to canceled or deleted. I can't remember what it is. Or you can like edit the loader worksheet or some different things from there. The next one that I've come to find pretty handy is what we call our chemical summary report. So before I do that, I'm going to show you some other filter options in the job schedule. So right now we can filter it by the job number. We can do it by the customers, by the applicator that it's assigned to. We can do it by crops, chemicals, state, county, airstrips if you have them assigned to it, or even a type like liquid versus dry. So I want to type in all of my fixed wing airplane work at 5 gallons. And I see that I've got 2 jobs. So I know that I'm going to do these 2 jobs today, and I want to make sure that I've got enough product on hand for this. So I can click on Chemical Summary Report, and I'm going to group it by chemical and then by the customer. And there's a few different ways you can group this. And then I'll hit View. And it's going to give me each product based on the way that I had it set up in the grouping. So it's going to show chemical first and then by the customer. So I've got every job on here that has 2,4-D with the total amount per chemical and then what the total amount in chemical is for each of those jobs. So collectively for both jobs, I need to make sure that I have at least 70 gallons of 2,4-D. I need to make sure that I've got 138.75 gallons of Power Max and 555 gallons of snake oil. So before you run this report, it's all about how you filter it and configure your different jobs to give you the desired time frame in which you want to filter that chemical from. Any questions on this so far? So before I move on, we came out with what we call our new batching and applicator view option. So all of the jobs that we have scheduled, and I'll back this up and show all that I have to do. These are all the outstanding work orders that I have to do. Some of these are the same recipe, even though they're for different customers. So we developed a tool that will allow you to batch all of these together, and you can do it by field. You can do it, per customer. There's several different ways you can do it. But instead of saying that you're doing this mix and then you realize that you had the same mix for another job that was essentially right next to it that you could have either hooked together or done things from an efficiency standpoint, you can go to what we call our new dispatch and applicator view. And then this is going to give me that same list. Now I can click View Map, and it's going to show me a map of all the fields that I have scheduled right now. Or I can go through here, and this is the list of all of the different recipes that I have with all of those active jobs currently. So I may want to see what I have that's airplane work, that's Power Max and 2,4-D that are the same recipe. So I'll click on this one here. And now I see that I've got these polys all with the same recipe. So now I'll click Dispatch Jobs. And from here, I can either select individual fields or there may be things that I want to separate from this. Like these three fields are one job and these fields here are one job, but I may be in an area where I can only do this one, or based on the wind, I know I can only do this one. So I'm going to select that one, and these three here. And once I have those selected, I can hit Assign Selections, and I'll assign it to an applicator and hit Save Dispatch. Then I'll hit Finish Dispatching. So now what I have are these fields already selected that have been dispatched, is what we'll call it. So now I can view my dispatch list. And even though these are fields that came from two different jobs, I've essentially taken those desired fields and I've now put them in an area where I can generate a load sheet and a applicator report from, where I can also get my shapefile. So this was kind of geared more towards the Midwest aspect of it, but this is going to have some added benefits maybe to our people that are doing pasture work, or to our people that are doing, high rate urea over a certain area and trying to hook a lot of stuff together to be more efficient. This is that tool that you can achieve that through. There's a couple of different areas where you can put in your completion information. So you can put your completion information in from here and it will carry over back into scheduling, or you can go back into scheduling and select the individual fields to put your completion information in from there. So really just kind of a really cool tool to take multiple jobs that you have and maybe mesh some of those fields together. But nonetheless, from this, and we call it a batch now, so it's got a batch number, and we can hit this drop down, and this is where we can generate our applicator report from. That's going to have our load sheet, our maps, and get our shapefile, whether that's one that we download or whether it's one that we send through the sync option. So Any questions on this one so far? This is, again, one of our, kind of our new updates that we just came out with to better accommodate the Midwestern style work that people do when they go do the corn run and other similar type work.
So, Greg, can you sort this by customers?
I don't think you can sort this portion by customers yet.
You can filter it on that extra filter beside the recipe. And you can combine recipes as well. But isn't there a filter, that other filter option, the more search options down there, correct?
Oh, yeah, you can do it by customer. Yep.
So what we end up with a lot of times is that we have customers that they have 3 or 4 entities.
Right.
And we're putting out pre-flood on 15 fields for them.
Right.
And 6 are this entity, and so many are this entity, and so many are this entity. Well, like my pilot, it doesn't matter. He wants a map, and sometimes the fields are next to each other, but they're different entities.
Right.
So my pilot just wants a map that's got all the fields for that customer he's doing. He doesn't care what the entities are. So what we do is we go in the first screen and we just select the different entities, and then we make a list. But if there was a way to batch them together here by customer and use this batching tool, that would be even nicer.
Yeah, so I think once you put your filter in, then you can filter it by the customer option too, which is what this page is. So you just put in that customer, and then when you have that recipe in, then in theory, I believe, once you select that customer, it can show all the work that that customer has with that recipe. And so you can, make a batch from it that way. And then, of course, that's generating your applicator report. So that's got your map and your loader information on it if you wanted to. So, again, it was designed for the Midwest, but when I've been in Oklahoma and parts of Texas where pasture is a big deal, especially this time of the year, they're doing like the same mix over all these different areas, and they want to batch it all together, from an efficiency standpoint. But like you said, I thought about it from the south aspect of it too, doing pre-flood fertilizer, where you may have 3 or 4 growers that are lined up getting, 200 pounds to the acre. Well, this is your option to generate a map where you can hook all that together at one time. So, and again, you're putting in your applied information either from the batch here, or you can do it back in scheduling. Just depends on what your workflow preference is going to be. So, any other questions on this? To go back to the original scheduling page, you just click switch view here. And again, this is a new tool. This is completely new to me. I'm still kind of learning this as I go. I mean, we just released it here in the last month. So I have been playing with it in my spare time relentlessly and trying to dissect it and trying to learn more about it so I can talk about it, present it better. But I've still got, a long way to go learning that aspect of it. So really excited to have that part out. I think it's gonna kind of help fill in the gaps on the efficiency side of it for operators, regardless of where you are or what kind of work that you're doing.
In order to do it by the chemicals, does your chemical have to be in a recipe, a safe recipe?
No, not a save recipe. You're just seeing your recipe based, like that recipe option that we saw are all of these different recipes. Some of them, they're ones used on other jobs. Some of them, they're just one job has the one recipe. So when we saw that new dispatching tool, it's just all of our active recipes that we have with our current jobs that are in scheduling right now.
And what's great about it is you can combine recipes because some recipes may use a different name, or you may be 4.5 and 5 or something. You can combine them and give you a warning that you can combine.
You can combine them, and it gives you a warning. The only problem is when you go off of the loader information on the applicator report. I forget what order it is, but let's just say you had 5 ounces of this product and then 4 ounces of that same product on another job, but everything else was the same. Well, on the loader information on the batch, it selects, I think, the higher amount of that chemical that may be different in each recipe. Does that make sense?
But you can put two different batches.
You can put two different batches together, it gives you a warning, but then on your loader report, from the applicator report, your loader information is just gonna go up to the higher amount of product.
The product, the amount is not something that, like personally, that would affect mine, but I might want to put Strut and Sterling Blue. To me, they're both generic dicambers, so it doesn't matter, you know, or whether you've got Cornerstone or, you know.
Yeah, so you'd still be able to combine them together if you wanted to, even though they're technically different chemical names. I mean, it gives you the warning to say, hey, they're not the same. Do you want to proceed? And it'll still let you override it for that instance, because, you know, you got Cornerstone and then you got Buccaneer, you know, and same poundage and active ingredient of glyphosate, but different names. So you can still mesh those together to make one recipe, or one new batch is what we'll call it. Before time gets further away from me, I'm going to kind of break up my order, how I was going to do this. So I'm going to skip over the invoices part of this, because I think most of you guys are familiar with invoicing and the intricacies of that. So we're going to go ahead and just move on over to the setup option. So we can go over our chemicals and fields and all the intricacies of those. So we're going to go ahead and go to manage chemicals and charges. And so right now, what we're looking at is our personal company's database of chemicals and charges. You can add to that manually, or you can pull products from the EPA database. So the EPA database has got every product in the United States with an EPA number. It's got glyphosate products all the way to stuff you'd find under your kitchen sink. You can search for it by the trade name, or you can search for it by the EPA number. The only thing that I will stress to you, I made a mistake of this myself. I just pulled in a Gramoxone product one year, and we ended up being in quite a bit of trouble that involved this Gramoxone product. And I had just picked some generic Gramoxone product. The EPA number was different than where I received the chemical from. So when I gave my information over to the plant board, it did not match what the supplier's records have, and it just opened up a whole can of worms from the legal aspect and what people could pick away from anything after that. So I just encourage you. It doesn't seem like a big deal right now, but as regulations have started changing and it seems like complaints and all these things are getting more common, just make sure that you match your EPA numbers up and that everything is the same versus what product you physically have on hand that you're using for that job. So you can search for new ones in here to add to your database. So I'll just go back to my current chemical list. One thing that I can't stress enough to make sure that we do, if you bring in a product, no matter what it is, it's going to recognize it in the program as a liquid. So your acetates and your permits and anything that's dry, you need to make sure that you change those to a dry chemical type. So I'm just going to search for Valor. And to change that, you're going to click Edit. And underneath chemical type, you'll change that to dry. And I still hadn't figured this out, being able to select it as apply as liquid. Have we figured out if that's required or not?
Cassie, I need to talk to her, I haven't talked to her since last night, but if you have a dry chemical that's going to be applied with a liquid application.
In liquid suspension, you're going to want to select it as apply as liquid.
That's what it's for, but I'm assuming it's correct, but, you know, like you said, you didn't have an issue with it, you used it as, without putting that in.
Yeah, I haven't ever selected it, and I haven't had any trouble with it. When you default it to a dry chemical type, then your unit of measurements will turn to dry measurable amounts. So, just make sure you change that to what you're going off of. So While I have this open, I'm going to break down each part of these, the chemical setup option. So the first option is what we call the nickname. The nickname is what is searchable in your drop downs and when you're making a job, an invoice, or whatever. The description is what's going to show up on your statement. So you can call it a nickname, whatever you want to, and then you can call it the trade name or the brand name on the description, and that's what's going to appear on your invoice. So we have people that have duplicates of chemicals, like if they're selling a certain chemical, they've got a different price for a different customer, or maybe a different place they purchase from and they have a different purchase price from it. They'll set up duplicates of these chemicals and they'll just have a nickname for, whatever, Valor A, Valor B, or Valor purchase from here, or whatever. So regardless of whatever the situation is, you have the option to kind of get creative in how you set up your chemicals and how you search for those in your own database. If you bring it in from the EPA database, it's going to bring in the nickname, show it as the description too. It will bring in the EPA number and also the manufacturer number. And then it'll default it as a liquid, and it'll default it as a fluid ounce unit of measurement, but then a gallon base UM. Now, those are things that you can change. So underneath the manufacturer line, we have what we call our default applied input and our default unit of measurement applied. So if it's a liquid product, typically, our sharpens and everything else is, by the ounce. So you're going to want to, let me just go to a liquid product real quick. So I have that set as an ounce, a liquid ounce unit of measurement applied. If it's another product like, let's just say Pro, it normally goes out at 13.7 ounces. So you can type in 13.7 ounces, and that's where that chemical rate was populating itself whenever we were making the job schedule, or whenever, works the same way if you're making an invoice too. If you go a little further, this is where if you are selling that chemical with the application, you can change it by the different unit of measurement that you sell it by, and you can put it in, or you can put the price in based on that. Then the next line is if you're selling that chemical over the counter, you may have a price that you sell it for with the application, but if someone comes in and wants to buy it and, take it out the door, then you may have a different price that you sell that for. And so this is where you can make the variations in that here. I've never messed with this. Regina, can you expand on the density conversion rates, or if that's something that's used?
We wrote that for a particular customer, and I'm trying to remember, there's a certain way that you can apply your loads in a certain way, and it will give you how much you need on your load. So it's a really custom feature, but I can go over with Cassie again if anybody wants to talk about it. But it's a way you do your loads instead of doing it the way we do it. It calculates and tells them how much load according to your density. You can find it on Agri, and it'll tell you the density per load or whatever, but from whatever, we go to Agri and we did a lot of work for that custom feature, but
I think it's going to go back to all these different chemicals have different poundages of that active ingredient, and I think that's kind of what this is tying back to. Again, I had never messed with it before. I know that, like with Gramoxone, we had our 3-pound material and our 4.6-pound material, and same thing with facets. There's all the different poundages. I think that had something to do with it, but personally, I've never messed with it before, so I'm not the best at.
Years ago, and it's been a while, 5 or 6 years ago, and we did it specifically for one customer, and that's the last time I even looked at it. I'm sorry about that.
Our type here is, this is also where we're setting up our application charges. So if you're setting up an application charge, this is where you'll toggle that to your application charge. Again, this is where we change the chemical type. So if it's dry, liquid, or maybe non-applicable for you, select it from there. There's also chemical categories. So just like what we had customer types, you can create chemical categories. So you may want to say at the end of the year, you may want to filter some report and say, I want to see what I did in fungicide, or I may want to see what I did in burn down, or may want to see what I did in pre-flood herbicide work. You can set these chemicals with a category so that you can filter these reports by those categories, whenever you want to refine that information. If you're selling a product, or even with an application charge, this is where you can set your commission for that. You can set your commission amount paid if it needs to be specific for that charge or for that chemical, and that'll populate as an option if you select it as a commissionable option. Even extra commission percentage paid from that. This is where we can select, if they're restricted. If you're selling that and you don't want to split those at billing and you have landlord split saved with locations, when I typically create accounts for people, I'll go ahead and have a setting change in your system settings to where it automatically will default to any item that you add as an inventory item. But this is where you can select or unselect inventory items for your account. You can select these as discountable. So if you like set up discounts, depending on how you do that, and you're selling that, or maybe it's an application charge, that's where it can be discountable. Or if you have like a fuel surcharge or a GPS surcharge and you offer a discount, but you don't want that portion of the application to be discountable, then you can unselect it as discountable from there. So again, fuel surcharge, I'm assuming you wouldn't want to be discounted to your grower if you're offering discounts. So you want to make sure that you unselect it from there. Again, apply as liquid if it's a dry product. This is where we can change that chemical to inactive. If we're setting up an application charge, and where I came from, we like to have what we call a minimum charge. So if we did 20 acres, well, we wanted to make sure that they were at least billed for 30 or 40, just to make it advantageous for us getting the airplane out and doing the work. So if you have an application charge that you set up, you can select what that minimum charge is going to be. So when you do the job, if it's underneath that minimum charge threshold, it'll automatically charge that customer your minimum charge amount until you do enough acres to break across that threshold. Then it will revert back to how you have your application charge set up. Any questions on that? That may be something that's kind of pertinent for a lot of people.
I would like for you to mention the base UM if you're doing inventory. That's how we're going to maintain.
I'm about to get there. Or one line down. I was just asking if anyone had any specifics on the minimum charge. So the base UM is what we track our inventory by. So even though you may be applying a product by a fluid ounce, you're still wanting to track inventory and order inventory through your base UM. So we're applying Sharpen at an ounce, but I'm ordering it from the co-op by a gallon. So the base UM is what you're tracking your inventory amount by. So again, default unit, or not default, but default unit of measurement applied is what it's going out at per acre, but the base UM is what we're tracking inventory with. And then if you're selling inventory, this is where you're putting your unit cost in. This is that reorder quantity that we generated that report for. So you put in the amount that you want to make sure that you get notified for if you get below a certain amount. And then if you have a default vendor that you purchase this product from, you can assign it as the vendor there. Any questions on that before we move on from the chemical and charge aspect of this? I've got some specific charges that I'll show you guys how to configure when we get kind of towards the end of this, and I'll make sure that we got enough time. So I'll go over like setting up different fuel surcharges and the different tiered pricing for like dry fertilizer work and things like that. So next one's going to be our managed field locations. So if you have a customer that's got maps saved, whether they're in Google Earth or another program, And I think up until recently, the FSA would provide digital boundaries of your fields too. Some of them I've heard have quit doing that. Instead of having to redraw all these polys, if you have closed point polys, you can import those into Chem-Man, assign them to a grower. The only thing is I recommend doing that one customer at a time so that you don't accidentally end up saving it as, the wrong grower. So it makes it easier that way, but it does end up making it be a little bit longer process. But at least you've eliminated the risk for mislabeling who that field belongs to. To upload the maps, if you have a lot of individual polys that are different, like field names, you'd want to use the upload maps option. If you have polys that are separated either by a road or a creek or river or whatever, but they're still treated as the same field. So let's just say that this is a field and this is a field. They don't touch, but the acres still add up to be the amount that he still calls these two fields. You'll want to use the upload maps group option. And so when you click on those, it gives you the option to pull from your downloads into that. You click upload maps, and then those turn into your incomplete locations. So you go into your incomplete locations, and you can do one field at a time or do multiple fields at a time in setting those up. Of course, if you're ever in your incomplete area, you'll want to click to make sure you go back to your complete field area. So now we're going to create a couple of polys or field boundaries from scratch. So I'll just click this add locations button, and there's quite a few different ways and tools we can do this from here. One thing I want to make note of, this little orange looks like a target in the top left-hand corner is what we call our default location. So if you work in an area and instead of having to zoom in and find where you are on the map, you can get to the area that you prefer and click that little button. And it takes it a few minutes to update, but once you have that, every time you open any map from there forward, that's where your map will open after you've set that. Now, to get to an area, we can search for it by the Latin long, by the state, county, town, or if you have a legal description, you can search for it by the section township range number, and you just change the state that you're searching for and put in the section township range number and hit search, and it takes you to that section. Again, searching by city, state, county, any of that here. So I'm just going to zoom in on an area here. And so I'm going to go to an area that's got a good mix of ag fields and pivot circles. So right now I'm using what we call our Google Maps tile. Sometimes it can be a little slow to load. So if you ever want to change that, you can click this box over here and change the different background maps that you can use. This way you can kind of pick from the most up-to-date satellite imagery. So you've got Mapbox, which is what you may be familiar with like Onyx and some other apps, or the Google satellite imagery. We have Road View, which is just going to give you like roads and streets that you can use, or our Enhanced Street, which is kind of like what I like to call our ink saving option. It gives you the roads, street names, and it still gives you satellite imagery, but it creates it in kind of a lighter hue. So if you're printing off a ton of maps, you're not burning through ink, especially if you're printing maps for a palette that knows where everything is already. So we'll go and start creating a few polys. Depending on where you are, FSA boundaries may be available. You can select those instead of having to draw them. The only downfall is sometimes FSA borders are incorrect. Now you can edit these once you've selected them, but sometimes it may be easier just to freehand draw your own. Once you've selected FSA boundaries, make sure you click the little Save Selections button that was right there. So obviously when you draw polys, you can zoom in and be as detailed as you want to, or you can zoom out and be as crude as you'd like. So I'm just gonna click this little hexagon shape and I'll start drawing points here. And if you're ready to close your boundary, kind of a quick tool in closing that boundary, instead of having to go back and select that point, you can actually double click and it will close that boundary off for you. Now we've got some pivot circles around and I want to be able to draw one, but I also want to show you how to take out the like dry land corners of a pivot. And I also want to show you how to create the dry land corners of the pivot. So we'll just drop this point in the center. And if I pulled that pivot point out and I noticed that maybe I was off a little bit, I can select these little arrow buttons here and move that poly over if I want to. And let's just say I wanted to take an edge of that pivot corner off. I could click this little pencil icon. And whether it's a pivot circle or any other pivot or any other poly that you have, if you hold your mouse over the bigger dots, you can right click those and it will delete those areas for you.
And what are you deleting?
The little dots, the points. So this little pivot, I'm just kind of trying to clean up the edge here. And I'll do the same thing on the east border. So I'm just holding my mouse over that area and I'm right clicking and it cleans that poly up for us.
You have to click each one of them.
You have to right click each one you want to delete, yeah. So this is obviously a slower process, but it's a more accurate process with each poly. There's another option for a rectangle. Very seldom do I find this to be very accurate, but it's just a perfectly square rectangle. I know up here in this part of the world, there seems to be some really good flying, some nice 60s and 80s here and there that this tool might work for, but it may not. Let's say we wanted to delete one that we just drew. So I can click on this trash can icon, click the poly, it goes away, and then I'll make sure I want to click the trash can icon again to finish deleting. Let's say that we drew a poly and I was trying to delete like a thicket or maybe a reservoir or a pond that was in the center of that. I can click on this little scissor icon and draw the area around my exclusion point, and then it deletes that area outside of that. If you notice too, there's some like red lines and borders on that. That's actually an overlay of the legal information. So it's a little tough to see in some places, but it's going to give you your section number and then your township and range number in each section. So make sure I'm not missing anything here. Of course, depending on the different options that you have set up, you may be able to see polys that you've already drawn, which is what we call our nearby locations. I'm going to show you the different options for those later. You can turn off, drift watch on the map if you want to, your obstructions, your nearbys, your highline wires. So,
Those bills that you just drew, when you go from here and do the fill at this location, would they be separate or do they always have to come together?
Say that again.
Okay, so you drew 3 maps.
Right.
And you're doing over here, instead of doing a single location, you did location 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How do you set that up? And when you go do just one of those fields, will you be able to, say if you're only going to spray that middle one, when you choose it on your maps, will it be as a group or it will be as a single?
No, these are separate polys right now. I'll show you a single one here in a minute.
Well, I do mine single all the time. I don't do it this way. It's the reason I thought it was done as a group.
Now, this isn't a group. These are all their own individual fields. So when I hit add as multiple, then I'll be able to add a name to each and every one of those fields. So I'll just,
You said there's an easy way just to do the corners?
yeah, to do the dry land corners. And it's on what we call our single location. I'll show you that here in just a second. We can go ahead and hit add as multiple, and it gets us to the point where we can assign a grower to it. Or we can assign, if they're the same grower on all these fields, we can go ahead and assign a grower to it right now before we move it over to the edit section. And let's just say that you had a big farm that you were making maps for, and it was called Bobcat or whatever. You could put in the base name for that, and each of these polys will say Bobcat 1, Bobcat 2, Bobcat 3. Completely optional to do that if you want to. You can and this is like essentially mass assigning information to these polys. You can do that with a crop if you want. Same thing with an airstrip. So we'll just click add as multiple locations. And now is when I can assign the name of the field or the location site ID. The only two things that are required is the location site ID and then the grower's name. Of course, I've already got the grower name in.
Did you say when you're adding new fields, if you have
It will, yeah. It's just based on your settings that you have turned on. It's not. It's the same system settings. There's just so many different complex ways you can set that up. And I'll go through all that with you here a little bit later.
I keep mine turned on all the time.
Okay.
I only turn it on when I need it.
So you can have it to where it turns on for all of them, or you can have sensitive crops set up and it'll only show your sensitive crops.
But I could always go in and turn it on just long enough to make up the new field and then go in there and turn it back off. Because that would help me. A lot of times they'll say, well, you know where the goose pump field is? It's just right below that.
Right.
Well, that doesn't help me because I can't see that field.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'll just hit save location changes. You can manipulate acres if you want to, even add a description. The description is searchable as well. And so now if I search for that grower, these are going to be the fields that we just did for them, all these MC fields. I'll just select those real quick. And I'll hit map selected locations. And then here's a map of those that I just did. Now, the single location is what we'd want to create for our outside pivot corners, because in theory, they may not touch, but we're still going to treat them the same, still going to call them the same acres. So we'll call it add single location. And this would be, yep.
You're not showing the shift zoom, I was showing how to do it, how to zoom into an area where you see all the shift.
Yeah, well, so it's different on my computer because I have a Mac, but there's a way you can hit shift, what is it?
She has a Mac and I held the shift and then put my two fingers in it.
Well, that didn't do anything. That's how you still zoom in anyway. I think it's, what is it?
It's called, what is it, shift, and then you find an area there.
Yeah, so if you hold shift down and click a point, let me just zoom out. It's a quick way to zoom in on an area. So if you hold shift and then click that point where my mouse is, and then it zooms in on that area. So you're not having to zoom in on your mouse or zoom in on the option here. So to create the pivot corners, we'll hit edit map, and then I'll hit the poly option here. So notice as we start making these different polys are not going to touch, but they're still going to be treated as one field. This is gonna be pretty handy for our Amarillo people in here. So once I'm done with that, I'll make sure I click Save Map Changes. And so again, anytime you draw these polys from this way, it's going to create all those as one field. So even though we had 3 separate polys, it's still counting all 3 of those as one, and it's saying that collectively we have like almost 43 acres there. Now, if you're in an area and you have pivots and they treat the outside edges the same as the inner circle, then you would just draw it as one square. But everybody's kind of different in how they treat their pivot or their pivot circles, so. And so I'll search for that Grover again. And I guess I've got quite a few different dry land edges I've made. And I'll just map those out. So there's the polys that we just made for that, the dry land edges in that pivot circle. I think yep, go ahead. You can, yeah. Yeah. You'll run into that if you accidentally have like duplicates. Like I realized one time going through maps that, we had a 80-acre field. Well, we split it in half one year. And then the next year we treated it as one. Well, I just created separate polys. And when I was going through like my map resetting, I'd look at all of them from an overview just to make sure that everything, seemed okay on them. And I'd realized that one little area that it was a darker color in the same field colors. Well, it was because I had 2 polys stacked on top of each other. So, you can have more than one. People are going to have fields that they do differently every year, and you may still want to have those as separate fields. So it's all kind of depends on how you want to have it set up for yourself. But yes, you can have polys inside of another poly. I wouldn't call them inside. They're just going to be polys that are overlapped.
Unless your acres up,
If you select one that didn't need to be selected versus the one you wanted to select, yeah.
and then if you're like trying to figure out exactly how many acres that farmer has, it'll add, like if you, like your 80, you had
Yeah.
the whole 80 and then you had the 40 separate.
That's why you would want to make them inactive.
It says it's 120. It's
Yeah.
80.
That's why, like, if you do it that way, if you're not using it that year, you'll just want to make it inactive. So I would inevitably forget to make one of them inactive, but yeah. I think we're at a point to take a break real quick. If anyone needs to use the restroom, take a few minutes to stand up. I'm going to go ahead and try to get started. I'm still not going to cover everything I wanted to, but we'll try to get through this to some degree here. So one thing that I failed to do when we were going over making locations, that's like one of the biggest strong points of the program is the landlord split aspect of the location. So whether you're creating a new location or you can edit existing ones, you can do it, per field, or you can do a group of fields. But I've just got 3 that I've got selected here, and you can do a quick edit or an individual edit. I'll do both just to show you what those look like. Matter of fact, let me just do one right now. But underneath the customer shares tab on the field location is where we'll assign the landlord split for this. So it calls it shares, but think of shares as like a percentage almost. So we can say 50-50, 25, 75, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 25, 50, whatever the combination is. You can put that in as the share. So we'll say 50. And then once we do, then another option will pop up below that. And then we can put the other landlord split there. So again, any combination that you want to throw at it on the landlord split side, you can do it this way. And so there's a couple of different ways through the invoicing side that you can do this. You can have it be the landlord split per everything, or you can have it be per line item. So I'll break those down a little bit further in doing that. So just wanted to show you that aspect. While I'm thinking of it, I'll show you what I talked about earlier about resetting the crops, and the guy that asked about it just walked out the door, unfortunately. So what we're going to do is called the mass edit for an area. So I'll just select these three again, and we'll do quick edit. And these are the 6 options that you can use to change on that quick edit. So this is going to be like resetting the crop. Now, this time of the year is when most people are resetting the crop. I will say, be mindful if you are doing pasture, or if you have wheat or something that's, obviously grown or that you're taking care of this time of the year, you'll want to make sure that you remove those from your list that you make the quick edit for. So for the crops, we'd go here to edit location crops, and I'd hit this little drop down option, and I'd select that to be no crop. And so whether you're doing this to 3 fields or 100 fields, it's going to change all those to no crop. So it's resetting those as you enter the new growing season. So the only time, if you have crop history saved with the field, the only time that changes is if you change it in scheduling or an invoice, or if you change the location crop, whether it's through the location edit or it's through the quick edit this way. So any questions on this part?
So you need to do all fields like this at the beginning? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I'll just go back to my tab here where all the locations are. I'll just save that real quick. Let's just say you wanted to go through and do it for everybody. So all of your locations are broken down into pages. So I've got 5 pages of maps. So you're going to have to do it for every page of maps that you have. Or you can do it per grower. So you could say, I want to see this grower. I think you can do more than one grower in this search option too. But anyway, we'll just select all of these up at the top corner and then hit quick edit. And I'll change that location crop to no crop. And that just resets your crop for the year. You've been going through and having to do that each field at a time, hadn't you?
I don't change them until I do the scheduling, and then I change it on the scheduling sheet.
Okay. Do you use nearby locations on your maps?
Do I use nearby locations?
Okay. I would get in the habit of resetting your crop history, because if you start using nearby locations, you might confuse yourself on what's. And the other thing too, and this may not happen where you are, but if I had a grower that'd call and say, I want to do all of my conventional rice or all of my hybrid rice or max ace, whatever, if I have crop history that's incorrect, I was going through a list and selecting the grower's fields by the crop. Well, you can see what kind of problems you'd have if you hadn't reset that. Go ahead.
Can you do that at the new growth season, and can you separate, let's say, wheat?
Yep, so we could go through a list here. Well, you'd want to go through a grower and then unselect everything that would be wheat or pasture before you make that quick edit. Does that make sense?
Edit everything except.
Yeah, so you just select all and then go through and look for your wheats or your pastures or whatever that's, still in crop right now, and unselect those. That makes sense. The quick edit works the same way too, with location names, the crops, obviously strips. You can change the customer. So let's just say you had a grower here and they went out of business, retired, or whatever. So we'll search for a grower. And now he's retiring, but one of my other customers is picking all of his ground up. So I would select all of these, do quick edit, edit location customers, and then I'd put in who that new grower is. So it allows you to keep the same field, still got crop history for it, but it goes to a new grower.
The same one, inactive, is there inactive on there also?
Well, you can change the status, just like what you could with others, so you're making it active versus inactive. So just say that that grower went out of business and you weren't doing anything for those fields, but you may want to use those polys later on if someone picks them up. You just change that location status to inactive. Any questions on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What about by year? Is there a way you can keep it by year, 24 crop year? We have some that'll call and say, spray all last year's bean ground. Or they can pick it up, hey, what was planted on that last year?
Not really by year. You could run a report based on your crop and get like field locations from the grower and look at that report that way to select your list from there. Or you could leave it as bean ground. And then once you like, say it was bean ground this year and they want to do burn down on it right now. Well, you could just leave it as bean ground and then change it over to a burn down crop this time of the year or fallow ground or whatever. And, you know, that way you still can select from what you had the year before. So personally, I would do that. Like, you know, it was rice the year before and beans the year before. Well, they'd say, you know, I want to do all my corn ground with this, and, you know, I want to do all of my rice ground with this mix. So I would just leave my crops and then change them as I did burn down. And probably about 1st of March or end of February, if I hadn't done burn down for somebody, I was changing what wasn't selected as burn down in my crops. Because I made a whole other crop that I called burn down just so I knew that I had treated burn down on that ground for the year. So again, you know, it's workflow and personal preference, but, you know, we've got people that have fallow ground set up as a crop. They do it that way. So it just depends on whatever kind of workflow you want to develop there. Move on from maps and locations. Does anybody have any questions about maps or creating fields or editing fields or doing anything like that before we move on? Okay. So we're going to use obstructions now. So these are what we call our obstacles, annotations, whatever. So anytime you create those, regardless of who you work on, those will pop up on any map. So if you recall earlier, I had some icons with some trees, skull and crossbones, and also like some text box that said like crazy guy with a garden. So this is where we create that. And you find the area that you want to create an obstacle for, and you just right click and select one of these and just go through. Now, I will say we have had a lot of people that want to be able to add an obstacle from when they draw a map as opposed to having to go to a separate page. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That is an update that will come out in the future at some point to where you can create your obstacles from when you're drawing your field maps, just so obviously you're creating field boundaries and you think, oh yeah, I need to mark this tower or I need to mark this house, instead of having to leave one page to go to the other. That will be able to accommodate that need at some point.
Can we do this right here on location?
Obstructions. So it's under the setup menu and manage obstructions. So again, it's irrelevant to who you're working on when you set these up. So regardless of what map you do or what customer you pull up, these will pop up. And so I'll go over some of the icons again. So people will use the little lightning bolt as power lines. We've got a house indicator. This is what you'll use for a text box. We've got trees, just a little caution logo, water, cell phone tower, a regular tower, windmill, beehives, and then a skull and crossbones.
Greg, can you show me how to delete a sorry, it's delete A1, I was, that was what I was showing her on the,
Yeah, so you'll just right-click that, same icon, and then hit delete. Any questions? Okay. The managed crops is where we can create all the different crops that we have. A new update came out last year to where you've got a lot more color options. So the sensitivity crop, or the being able to deem those crops sensitive, is kind of what goes back to some of the system settings that I'll go over on the maps here in a little bit. So you can mark these as sensitive to where if they're sensitive, they're the only crops or polys that will pop up on your nearby locations. So the nearby locations, if you recall, is the option to show other fields that you've done work to in the past so that you know that as a drift avoidance feature. And again, you can have that set up to show sensitive crops only, or you can have it set up to show any crop that you have drawn already. So some people like having that when they're drawing polys for a customer to make sure they don't accidentally draw one twice. Some people like seeing something that's there just as a reference point from farmer A to farmer B. So just kind of depends on what your preferences are there. To create one, we can just click add crop. Just kind of like what before, you create that crop, and again, you can make it as broad or as specific as you want to. Pick the color. These are the different color gradient options you can pick from. And
It's just preference. How do you know which color? Just do whatever you want.
yeah, it's preference. So like, I'm kind of a little weird. I was setting up my colors based on like Clearfield. I use purple or pink because on their brand packaging, they incorporate pink and purple into their color. Provisia, I used blue because the Provisia rice herbicide had the letters in blue. I had all these little different quirks that I had to set up, the different colors for. If you use like Extend, they set out the little black and white checkered flags. So like I set black on mine. Cotton, I used white, obviously. So yeah, it just depends on what you want to use. I will recommend though, don't ever use yellow as a color, because if there's a field that's drawn that doesn't have a crop, it will default it as a yellow color. And if you're using nearby locations, it could be confusing just by looking at the different colors of it. So
And you can toggle that nearby location on and off, can't you?
yes, you can turn the nearbys off. So like this time of the year, let's just say you had some wheat you were fertilizing and you didn't care if there was something else next to it. You could disable your nearbys before you print the map. So I had a pilot that I used to manage that, even though it helped him out of some pickles with spraying different herbicides, he hated seeing the different colored polys on there, even though they were a lighter hue. So I would just disable those for him just to accommodate him. So this is where you mark those as being sensitive or not. And then again, sensitivity is going to go back to what your system settings are for showing nearby locations. Any questions on any of this before we move on? Airstrips. So when we did scheduling earlier, we set our airstrip from like the distance from the field. So in order to set those up, we go here to Manage Airport Strips. And we have another update that will come out at some point to where when you set these, you'll be able to set these by map too, and you'll also be able to see those on your map. So you can see the field you're applying, the obstacles, but you can also see points as to like where your different airstrips are too. Maybe just as a visual reference where things are, but also too as a reminder, if you get in a pickle and need to put it down quickly, you can see maybe where your strips or where your bases are, whatever the case may be. There's 3 different formats for how this program will read your lat and long numbers. You manipulate that in your system settings. So again, depending on what other, like if you're using Google or Onyx or whatever, every different program has a different format to how they display the lat and long, and you can change how that's displayed in Chem-Man. And based on how you have that setting turned on in Chem-Man is how you'll put in your lat and long for when you add an airport or an airstrip. So I worked with someone 2 days ago that had their lat and long this way. I don't even remember what it's called. It's kind of different than what I'm used to, but anyway, so just as an option to accommodate whatever you want to use for your lat and longs for an airstrip. So you put in your lat and long, you name it whatever you want to and save it. And once you have that saved in your database, that's where you'll be able to generate your distance from each field to each of your airstrips in the scheduling or in the invoices tab.
How do you make them show up on the map? Will they show up on the map all the time?
They don't show up on the map currently. That's an update that's coming out. The workaround to that, this is what I used to do. I created a customer profile called airstrips, and I went in and drew polys around those airstrips, and I made those as a sensitive location to where they showed up on my map all the time. So, and I even made a crop that was called airstrip. So if I had my crop label on, it had the poly where the airstrip was, and then it said airstrip underneath it. So there is a workaround for it right now, but I'm hoping that that update's going to be something that it's not going to be done in the next few weeks, but I'm pretty optimistic. You know, it could be something that we'd see sometime at the end of 25 or beginning of 26. So
Is there an icon for that? Or what, like the flower lines?
there's not right now. No, that's another thing that was talked about. I think that that was kind of something that was thrown around, but once we just came out with the idea to be able to set airstrips on the map, then the icon portion of that kind of got pushed to the wayside. So. The ground crews, you have ground crew members, and then you have crews that are made up on the ground crew members. It's not required now, but at some point, and this could be sooner than later, if there's ever chemical exposure. So I'm pretty sure that about everyone in here is probably handling paraquat at some point. If there's ever a paraquat exposure, having the ground crews and being able to list who handled those loads is going to be pretty important for the reporting aspect of that if you have some kind of a human exposure issue internally. So again, it's not required, but it may be good practice to start trying to implement, you know, here in the next probably year or two. And we also have people that like to pay commissions out based on a ground crew, or if a ground crew did, you know, certain dry work like in the auger truck or whatever, just being able to designate that gives the option to generate a report based on how many acres that ground personnel had helped contribute to that year. So several different scenarios where I've heard people utilize the ground crews and the ground member options of those ground crews. Well, we talked earlier about inventory. We touched on the vendors and the warehouses. This is where we're setting up the vendors portion of that. So again, these are all my active ones. I do have some old ones that I've deleted, but the bold lettered ones are the ones that I'm currently utilizing right now. Pretty self-explanatory. We just click add, type that in, and then that's an available vendor to pick from if we're utilizing inventory to any degree. Same thing with the warehouse. I've got 2 different warehouses that I'm using. Call them whatever you want to, have as many as you want to, and that just helps add an extra layer in the inventory tracking process if you're utilizing that. So this is one that I probably can't stress enough to the people in this room. So there are built-in units of measurement into the program, but you also have a way to create your own custom unit of measurement. So I created one for a 2.5 gallon jug. I created one for a bottle of Londax. Be the same for like Permit or Gambit, Permit Plus, whatever. So instead of having to designate how many ounces that we're using, I wanted to be able to show on my loader sheet how many bottles we were going to use a permit So you have to kind of do a little back math. It took a while for me to figure this one out, but I finally got it. And I can't even explain how this makes sense. But in order to get, which there's, I think, 20 ounces typically in like Gambit or Permit or Londax. So my equation to that, or my conversion ratio, is 0.8 equals the equivalent to 1 pound. So in that bottle, there's the equivalent to it would be 0.8 is the equivalent to a pound of that product in that bottle. And so I can use that as like even though I'm applying that in a dry ounce when I do the job, I can use the bottle as an inventory tracking. We've got people that know how many gallons are in an inch line mark of a bulk container. So they go and create one and they say, there's, I forget how many gallons it is. There's like 3 gallons or something in an inch line tote. What's that? 7.5. Is that regardless of what size tote it is?
That's a 260 like just a plastic square tote.
Right. Gotcha. So you can set up a unit of measurement that way. And so if you're utilizing this to generate load sheets for you, you can just say however many inch lines in the tote, in the total load. Because when you do a load sheet, it's going to show you not only how many total ounces it is in your default unit of measurement, but also your total amount in your base UEM. So if you can recall back, I know I've gone over a lot today, but if you can recall back to when we were setting up the chemical, we had the base UEM and then the default UEM. And so it's going to display those on the load sheet, both numbers for you. Another one that I finally was able to figure out, people that are handling like foliar feeds or liquid fertilizers, even though that's typically applied in like 128 ounces or 2 gallons to the acre, they're still tracking that by a liquid ton. So you figure out how many pounds 1 gallon is the equivalent to, which I think most like liquid fertilizers is like somewhere around 11 pounds, give or take. So if you divide that out, it's like 181 gallons in a ton of liquid fertilizer. And then did some back math there to find out whatever the equivalent is. It's like 0.00552 is the equivalent to 1 gallon of a liquid ton. So now when I do my foliar feed inventory tracking, it's displaying what I put it out as is 128 ounces, but it's tracking that in the liquid ton amount. So really awesome to be able to set up any kind of conversion or unit of measurement in this program and be able to track that as a inventory item too. So, and to be able to track that or to be able to select that as a base UM for inventory, you'll just need to make sure that if you create one, that you select it in the inventory column here. So any questions on that? I've got a sheet that I made that gives like a breakdown of all the different options you can use if you ever want to implement any of these. Just feel free to reach out to me and I'll email that to you. Obviously, if you make any changes, make sure you hit the save button down at the bottom. All right, so now we're going to move on to system settings. So this is where you can fine tune everything in the program to your specification. First option is it defaults to is the general system settings. So this is where we can input our finance charge. Excuse me, I think by tax law, you can use up to 1.5% monthly or 18% annually and not get into any kind of tax implications. If you go over that amount, there's an option in here to change the verbiage of what your finance charge is, and I would recommend calling it like service fee or whatever. I always just like to remind everybody, you may have different relationships with your customers, but ultimately, you're not a financial institution and you should not be treated as such. And if you are, then you should reap benefit for that. So I encourage you to utilize finance charges if you have people that like to kind of ride you a little bit. I've always found out that, it seems like the flying service was always the last one at the end of the line to get payment when somebody was a little slow, so. And I think to change the verbiage on that, you'll go to your invoice and statement formatting. Yep, and then so down here, it's the name for the finance charge. You can change that to service fee or whatever. There is an option for current fuel price. I've had trouble with it. I'm not really gonna touch on that too much.
We're currently working on our fuel price report. It's an active ticket. It's supposed to be emulated similar to the desktop program, but it's always had a few flaws, so we're kind of, it's inactive now, but hopefully in about another month it should be out there. Calculate, according to how much usage, how many gallons per tank hour you use, and you put that on your vehicle, and it'll give you how much you paid and how many gallons you had for whatever date range. So that's coming, but right now it's kind of not used.
And once that's done, I think personally, it's gonna be a pretty big deal to be able to analyze that. Obviously, we've seen the hike in fuel prices and people are implementing fuel surcharges, and, it's just gonna give you that better option to kind of analyze that data. So I'll be excited when that feature's done. The other option over here that I want to make note of is commission pay. So if you do like discounts or anything like that, this is kind of what you can base what you pay your applicator off of. So if you supply a customer a discount, you still may want to pay the applicator the full, whatever percentage is based on your application price. If you want to pay them, what their price per acre is less the discount, obviously you're going to change that to net. So that's where you can kind of make that toggle back and forth between the two. We talked about earlier assigning pests in the application invoice and the job schedule. Right here on the very bottom right is where you make that differentiation between the two. If you want to have it set per field or per chemical charge, you make that change there. Over on the right are all the toggle options for some other settings. So if you want to show your service life info for your vehicles, if you want to show an area where you select the consultant for the job, you just click on that and there'll be an option in the job, whether it's an invoice or a job schedule, where you can select a consultant. You have an option to warn about previously printed app reports, and that if that's selected, once it's reported, it'll automatically change the status of that job to in progress. Selecting this box will show a blank notification line on a job schedule or applicator report. Selecting this will, when you build a job, it will require you to designate a pest, so you can't save a job unless you select that. That's going to be more pertinent for you if you're in a state that actually requires that to be listed on a job. Same thing with crop. You can have a setting to require you to designate a crop when you create a job. This setting allows you to use the applied information for the applicator commission. And this setting lets you print customer information on your commission reports. If you want to print commission reports for an applicator and not to show that information, you can leave it unselected. Some people want to see that, some people don't. I do a lot of demo information and I go through kind of spurts. Well, I'll put in work 3 days for 3 months worth of work, and there'll be a warning that pops up and says you're trying to complete a transaction that's more than however many days old. You can change however many days that is and however many days you get warnings for putting in work past a certain date. So I think it like defaults is 45 typically. So if you get in a situation where you're putting in invoices from more than 45 days ago, I strongly recommend you going and manipulating that number so you don't get that warning each time. Don't figure that anybody in here is going to want to change their land units to hectares, but you can if you want to. The native date input, can you expand on that, Regina? I'll just skip that. I've never really It's basically using like your computer or like maybe your browser window to input like time and date or something. Time format, you can go by 12-hour or 24. So like I know a lot of my guys in Nebraska and Colorado that operate on the threshold between Central and Mountain Time. They like displaying that in 24-hour times. That's just a setting that you can have. The native time input's just like the native date input. And typically when I create an account for somebody, I can't say that haven't forgot to do this before, but I always try to change if you're in a different time zone than Central. Below that is where you select all of the information that can convey over into your notifications, loader sheets, applicator reports, post notifications, and invoices. So in that chemical, that's where we were setting up like our reentry time, pre-harvest time, label signal words, active ingredients, and all that. These are the boxes that you select if you want those bits of information from the chemical carried over into any of these options. So they are required in some states, some states they're not. Like I said before, there's going to be a point where I think Arkansas will end up requiring some of this as we kind of move forward into the future, but you'll be able to meet those accommodations if at any point you're ever required to through this. Any questions on this before I move on to invoice settings? So underneath our invoice and statement formatting, this is where we can set our payment terms, default net due date, our phone heading. I was in Kansas recently and discovered that they have announced a new regulation where you're required to list your pesticide business license number on any of your statement of services that you do. So underneath like the additional statement heading is where I put, PBL and whatever that license number is. So if there's anything kind of off the wall that's a little different, you can make that input there on your additional statement heading. Invoice comments, a statement comment, and then a small statement comment. Where was the small statement comment?
That's really for us. We've had people that said they wanted it very small, but it's something like a legal term, like at the very bottom, they'll say, we reserve the right to pay the fuel prices or something weird like that. So it's kind of like I don't really want to see it that much, but it is on the statement.
We have the option to change the statement type to full or condensed. And then, like I said before, right above that is the option to change the verbiage on your finance charge. Got options to print the price per acre. Some people like to display that information, some don't. There's a little stub on the bottom of the invoice that you can select. So it's like an area that you can cut off that they can attach like payment information to if they want to. Option to select aging information, round price to 2 decimals, or the price per acre to 2 decimals. Print the applicator or vehicle information. So if you have the applicator with his license number and airplane or whatever or piece of equipment he's in, that can be listed on the invoice. You can minimize that if you want to. Print product cost on the invoice. So if you're selling like a drift production agent, and you may not want it to show what that price is on there, you can minimize that if you want to, or it's, the price per the line on them. Printing total applied on the invoice, you can unselect that. Printing total applied in gallons or pounds. Printing the rate per acre on the invoice. So you may have an application charge that you have set with a diluted rate, and customer may think it's 5, but in actuality, it may be like 4.5 or 3. Instead of it showing that, you can minimize that on the invoice. It does not affect anything like what we talked about earlier with if you change the load sheet itself. Manipulations to the load sheet doesn't affect what's in invoicing, even if you change your diluent or anything like that. You can minimize your diluted line item if you want to. So Jason, that may be what we talked about earlier. There's a setting here. I think you can minimize the printing the diluted line item. I don't know, will that carry over into the loader report, or is that just for the invoice?
My suggestion is not put it on your application chart and not say it's diluted, and just put it in manually, and then the manual one won't show on the invoice, so.
So he was asking earlier about trying to minimize confusion to his ground crew. So when I helped get them going, I set up their application charges with their diluent rate. And I think his ground crew may be a little confused with the gallonage of the water. So is there a way we can minimize that to where they don't see that on their load sheets?
Yeah, I can look at it. I think there's a way right now, so I'll double check that. Just remind me.
You may want to still print a statement that has zero balance, but still has an activity, so like they may have gotten a credit or whatever, but you may still want to generate an invoice or a statement that they get, letting them know that something hasn't gone overlooked. So you could still do that by keeping this option here selected. Printing $0 items on invoices, show product totals as full invoice on splits instead of customer's portion only. You want to expand on that, Regina? Show product and totals as full invoice on split invoices instead of customer's portion only. Is that going to be what accommodates the grower knowing that the landlord still? Yeah. So if you had a landlord split and you wanted your grower to still see that the landlord got his portion of it, this is the setting that you'll want to select for that. Printing the detailed applied information on the invoice.
Some people don't want the plot info, they just want the palette, and, so if you want to show all the weather and all that stuff, I think that's what that is.
Right. Printing the detailed customer line items per chemical charge on split invoices.
That's usually in Texas, they have a place in there where maybe the landlord pays this and this pays it, so there's.
I only need you to explain that one. I've got all these other ones. We're good.
Basically, there's an option where you can go in there and, on the invoice, you can go in there and say split by line items, and it'll say, each one it'll say 50-50 if it's a split, and maybe somebody pays 75-25, or maybe 150, 100 and 0 or something, so that's what that is. And it allows you to print that on the invoice itself.
Is there a way to put on that, okay, so on that,
Wait, let me get you a microphone. It's kind of hard when you can't hear you.
she gets a microphone because I said this may be a dumb question, so let's get the microphone and hear your dumb question. Okay, so I never have a grower who pays any part of the flying.
Of what, flying?
Flying part of it, which is what.
You don't have any landlord splits.
Our landlord splits are only for the fertilizer that they pay at the co-ops, which I do all the splits.
Gotcha.
For my customers, so they don't have to, or for the co-ops don't have to. Is there any place on your statements you can do that shows, say, if we do 25,000 pounds of fertilizer, a quarter of that goes to the landlord, not dollar-wise, but just poundage? Is that an option?
Yeah, so if you go.
And the reason I did say that, I do it longhand. At the end of the day, I take all the fertilizer we did and I split it, and call the co-ops and say, charge Drew with 75% of this, his
If you have
landlord.
an invoice that's just in any invoice, there's a place, if you edit it, right there on the right, down by the customer, it says customer shares by locations right there. So change that to customer splits, and so you can change that right there to be like,
She's saying you're going to want to set up your landlord splits with your locations, but when you go over to an invoice, you're going to want to change it to a custom split where the grower still gets 100% of the bill.
But do custom splits on that.
Yeah.
And then, and that.
But what that's going to do though is require you, anytime you do a dry job, if you have a landlord split with it, you're going to want to change how you invoice that out every time. So just keep that in mind.
it's just an occasional.
It's not
Change
occasional,
that.
it's daily, almost all of
Oh, okay.
my landlords.
Yeah, okay.
that we do.
But the split lining by line, what I'm talking about, we'll have to change that to yes. People in Texas, a lot of the, Drake, they'll change that to yes.
So get customer splits.
And then that, it'll give you the ability to go down and, let's see, I don't see it in there. There it is, okay, so you could say application is 100%, but we don't have to split customer.
I don't have a split on this one.
I'll play with
Anyway,
that.
it allows you,
That
you
makes
can play with it
sense.
to see, you know, you
Okay.
just have to say split and split by line item, and then if it's a split customers, then it'll give you an option to do 150 or 75, 25, in different ways.
Okay.
Our crowd's dropping like flies here, so I want to make sure I go over one thing. Where do I print the area? Like, let's say we have landlord splits and we want to generate something on the total amounts to be able to order chemical or fertilizer through. Which one of these things do I press to generate that?
Where you need to,
I'm going to order chemical. I've got landlord splits with all the chemicals I need to know.
government chemical history report, or?
No.
That's one order.
If I have a job and I've got fields on it with landlord splits, yeah, projected summary.
Possibly, I'm not really sure. Let me look at it. Okay, so, you're needing to see how much chemical for each customer?
For a job that's scheduled.
Okay, for the job that's scheduled.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there is a job schedule report, but you're needing to know,
If I have a job and it's got 3 fields on it, and all 3 fields have landlord splits, and I'm gonna order the chemical from the co-op, I need to tell the co-op, farmer A gets this much, farmer B gets this much. There's a report that we've ran before, I can't remember what it's called. Where do I find it?
Is there land, you're not doing landlord splits on chemicals, do you? People do that?
Yeah.
Oh, we do. Fertilizer only for us, but that's,
look under more report options, one of that's the projected. Does it?
No, that's just gonna show you what your short and long for quantity you have on hand.
Okay. I think it may be the posted, the job schedule report. Trying to remember, it's been a while. All right, so, that's the one that I believe that we've used in the past.
Jason, I'm gonna have to go back through and I'm trying to find that report to show that on there, but I'll dig and find it for you. So we were at a convention one time and I told her, I said, this would be a great idea to do that. She said, oh, it does that. And she showed me the report and now I can't find it. Because I went through all 4 years figuring chemical and fertilizers for all my landlords. I did it all by hand. And,
I figure everything about that.
well,
I'm trying to remember.
trying to,
Yeah.
I mean-
So many things on there.
but in the busy season, there's so many things going on, and I always try to double check myself just to make sure I don't make a mistake. But obviously, doing things by hand, you give yourself more room or more margin for error. So I'm trying to remember what report that was. We were in Lubbock when we were talking about it.
We'll figure it out. I'm sorry, my brain's tired. Probably do need the rest of it.
So we'll move over to our load and applicator settings. So like I said before, there's 3 different applicator reports that are used. All of our new updates and enhancements that we do are going to be tailored towards the enhanced applicator report. So if you're not using that already, at some point you should probably try to go through here and just try that enhanced applicator report out. And the enhanced applicator report is the one that we used earlier that has all the different options you can use for it. And you can refigure or you can preset like your loader information from here too, so you don't have to do that each time.
Right there on chemical charges on loader worksheet, you said not to show the 5-gallon work or whatever. It says show only chemicals. That might be the place that you need to not show the gallon, right? Show only chemicals.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then the density that we're talking about on the loader there, that we're saying that density amount, that's
Mhm.
where it shows on the loader there. That
Gotcha.
one customer.
So Jason, I keep grabbing your attention here. So when we talked about minimizing the chemical charge, if you want to minimize that on your load sheet, underneath system settings and load and applicator tab, there's an option called chemical charges on loader worksheet. You're going to want to select show only chemicals. And that will take out your item where it talks about the water and all that. So you'll be able to minimize that. If you need help with that, just let me know. I'll help you out with it.
And that's on load sheets for your voters?
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Yep. The term discounts is kind of hard to specify on each part because we talked about doing like a line item discount, which is what I think you're using currently, right? You have a line item that you create. Yeah. So this is kind of where we can configure that a little bit differently if we're not using the line item discount. So like if we had the individual customer discount amounts that we put in the manage customers tab, this is where we can kind of configure that. Some people will do like a blanket percentage on a discount. So if, let's just say they have some operators that allow them to use an airstrip, then they'll furnish like a 5% discount. So you can do a discount default and put in that amount, and any customer that you select as discountable, then that will apply.
It's better because I have occasionally got to the end of the month and realize, oh, I didn't even discount it. I go out there and edit that invoice.
See, I used to furnish a discount, but I didn't know I could do all this. So I just used my application charge and I just multiplied that amount by the percentage. Well, it was, X amount. I just changed my price each time, but I had to remember,
Yeah, the line item is easy, but you do have to remember, and it's easy sometimes on customers, but this is easier. And this, you can set this up 10%, but it's just for the base charge, not the fuel surcharge, not for the chemical.
Yeah, you'll just select your, your fuel surcharge and all that. You'll just need to make sure that it's not selected as discountable in the settings of the chemical. The maps, we talked about changing the opacity of the polys. This is where you can change that. So right now I've got mine set on 40. I like a fully highlighted poly, but I also like to be able to kind of see through that to look for, trees and power lines and wells, other things like that. If you want to change that to where it's like fully transparent, you'll set it to 0. If you want it to be fully colored in, you'll change that number to 100. The map label settings. So if you noticed on my maps earlier, when I was zoomed out, it showed like pins and points instead of the labels. So if I'm zoomed out, if you have like all of your labels turned on, the map can get pretty cluttered from the labels. So you select that option right here, only show full label when zoomed in. And so as you zoom in, then the customer name and all the other things that you select from here will be what show up as you zoom in on those maps and polys.
I want my maps to look like yours does.
Well, this is where you make that setting change right here.
You can always try settings, and then if you don't like it, go back and change it.
Change it back. Yeah, it's not anything you do in here is not permanent. So that's kind of, I think, the other beauty about the program too. Like aside from being able to be adaptive and customizable, you can make these changes on the go too. So this is where we changed our decimal formatting on the Latin long. So you got 3 different options to review here. Again, that's going to kind of go back to whatever you're used to. This is where I have mine set to show the Google map tiles as opposed to Mapbox. So it defaults as Mapbox, but if you want to see Google, the Google map tiles, this is where you change that to where they pop in. Anytime you pull up a map, that's what those will default as. If you're using DriftWatch, I mentioned that a little bit earlier. You can select those to pop in on your maps when they're available. The nearby locations that I keep bringing up, this is where we can make those settings here. So if you select those, it's going to show nearby locations on a map. So anytime you have a crop history with a field, those will pop up on your nearbys. If you had, when we created crops, if you recall where we set those as sensitive or not, if you select this box, then that will make any poly that has a crop that's set as sensitive show up on the map, and it won't show any of your other polys. If you turn it off, then it'll show any poly that you have, whether it's got a crop or not. If you want to see your nearbys with the customer name on the label, just so as a reminder to yourself to say, well, Jim Bob's the field next to me, you can select the show customer name on the label. You can also show the acres on the label if you want to, and also show the crop name. So if you're using sensitive crops, you may want to remind yourself what the actual crop is, so it'll show what that crop is in like a red text. So obviously, I would have my conventional rice set up as sensitive, and it would say in the field, conventional rice. So if I was spraying, Clearfield or Max Ace, something next to that, I could remind myself that, there's conventional rice right next to it. And then you can show the location name on that map label too. And this is where you can change the radius of that. So it'll show you up to 2 miles when you're zoomed in on the map, those drift avoidance areas. The states tab is where we're setting the license number per customer, the permit number. So the permit number is where we were manipulating the customer profile, where we were changing like what their permit number was, their start and expiration date on that. Ag and timber number and PCM license number is not something that's going to apply to you guys. Inventory is where we can, if you recall, when we talked about inventory earlier, this is where we can set that inventory start date. So if you've been tracking inventory and you want to reset that, this is where you put in that new date to start counting all that information. Typically, when I create an account for somebody, I'll go ahead and set that to default when you add a chemical as an inventory item. Whether you want to track inventory or not, at least you'll have had that information saved in the background. So you can select that off if you don't want it on there. This is also where you're going to select your subtotal of inventory if you want to do it by vendor or chemical or by the chemical only. Posting inventory transactions to reports. There's 3 options: from all jobs scheduled, from all field application invoices, and from all posted. That's what we talked about earlier when we talked about when your inventory is reduced from your quantity on hand. So these are the 3 settings that you'll change those to when that inventory is deducted from your quantity on hand versus your inventory that you have. This is where you can set the vendor and the warehouse option on your inventory as well. In the notifications, there is an address that if someone replies back to, so like you would put in your company address here if they want to reply back to that. This is going to default the weather information to show on the post notifications. And this is going to show customer's name on that notification. And that's all for system settings. I got just a few more things we can cover, but we can take a quick break if we need to. All right, so we'll try to wrap this up here pretty quick. One thing I want to show you, because I know they're pretty common, is the fuel surcharges. People are obviously doing these differently. I came from a background that just had a flat rate or what that was per hour, and then I assessed it that way. So you can assess it by a percentage or by the acre if you want to. It just kind of depends. So I have a couple of different fuel surcharges that I have set up. I have one that I do by the tack hour. This is only going to work if you're putting in tack hours. So once you put in your tack hours, it will add up how many hours you had in that job. And that's going to be based on an hourly charge. So I've got mine set at $90 per hour. So again, that's only going to work if you're inputting your tack time in the applied information. You can do it by the acre. So I've got people that will charge it like, I don't know, 15 to 30 cents an acre if it's a per acre charge. Or you can do a percentage, which I have not seen before, but Regina's, I guess, has seen this pretty commonly. So you would set that up at $3. What, did I have that set up right?
Yeah, it's 3%, that's the way it is.
Okay.
Yeah. And just make sure that you put others, so it won't be a chemical or anything like that.
Make sure it's not commissionable, and unlike me, I forgot to select it as not discountable, so I'll turn that off. One other thing too, I want to talk about tiered pricing. So I know that in rice country, we have typically a price per acre that we do when it's 100 pounds or less, and then it reverts to however many cents per pound for anything over 100. So you can set that up by going here, changing that to tiered pricing. So you'll want to change that to per unit of measurement in acre. And then I have that set at $8 per acre for anything less than 100 pounds. And then it's 8 cents per pound for anything that goes over 100. And you can add another layer into that if you want to. If you go 250 pounds, you can make that be 6 cents per pound if you want to. So if you have kind of a price breakdown that way, give us a call and we can help get that set up for you. Is there any other questions or anything specific anybody wants to go over? I've had a lot that I had typed up that I wanted to talk about that I didn't really get time to. But is there anything that anybody was hoping to achieve out of this that they did not? Go ahead.
And maybe this is more one of the new features. As far as the bulletins live, I heard that Chem-Man was working on that. I don't.
All right, so there's a report that you can generate in our program that has a link to that. And all it is a link to that. As far as integration wise go, we don't have anything like that right now. We had talks to do that, but as I started disseminating all that, I mean, we had one product that was in an area that had like 7,000 pages worth of stuff that went along with that hula, right? So the goal is the EPA was supposed to officially announce their open API. And that was supposed to be done at the end of 24 or beginning of 25. They have still yet to do that yet. No surprise, because we're talking about the EPA here. When they release their open API, we're hoping that it will work in a way that when you create a job in Chem-Man, you can push your polys out just like you would as a normal shapefile and open those polys up on the EPA's Bulletin Live 2 website to see if the fields that you have to apply fall into any of those hulas. So that's the direction we're trying to go now. I don't know how that's going to go and what kind of time frame that's going to be. Here's the other thing. Here's the caveat to that too. There's a lot of hulas, especially in Wisconsin and Michigan and over in Oregon and the watersheds. I have not found anybody that's actually getting enforced on the Bulletins Live 2. And it only matters if you're applying a chemical that says anything on the label about endangered species.
Yeah, it's not as big of a deal right now.
But it's gonna push to that, but none of the state regulatory agencies are actually enforcing that. The only one in Arkansas that we have is like Mississippi County and a few other northern counties that are dealing with dicamba.
It just opens, there's federal litigation.
Well, and it opens the door for all kinds of different ways of interpretation. But like I said, it all kind of boils back to how it's actually being enforced, and no one's actually enforcing it right now.
Yeah, the state's not going to.
Right.
It's more of a environmental group decided to sue applicators.
Right. So again, because there was so much information that was in regarding to all the different hulas and the different chemicals, there's no way we'd ever be able to bring in all of that information and pull that up on these jobs without destroying our servers. So that's why we want the option to export our polys. You can plug it into Bulletins Live 2 and see if those fields are going to be in any of those hulas or not. So just from taking that into consideration, does that sound like a viable option for you if you're working in any of those areas?
Yeah, I mean, it's, like you said, nobody really knows what the compliance is gonna look like right now, so.
Right.
That was, Bulletins Live was always a topic at every conference.
Right.
I heard you guys were working on it.
Yeah, so we had a report that we have, and there's a link on it, but all you do is click the link, and it just takes you to the Bulletins Live 2 website. So it doesn't do anything different than it would if you just open Bulletins Live 2 on your browser. Just want to thank you all for coming and taking time out of your day to come spend it with us. We really value education on this, and we want you to get maximum benefit out of a product that you're paying for. Again, I want to be able to help you be more efficient, make more money, but at the end of the day, I want to offer you something that makes the job that you do and the job that your applicators do safer. I just want to say from myself and on the behalf of Chem-Man, we really appreciate what you guys do. The work that you all do doesn't get the recognition that it deserves. So again, just want to thank you guys for everything that you do and you risk your lives for every year. You guys don't receive the credit and the recognition that you deserve. So I know you don't hear it enough, and no matter how many times I say it, I still don't think you've heard it enough. So again, thank you all for what you do. Thank you all again for coming, and if you have any questions or need any help, feel free to reach out to us and support, and we'll do whatever we can to help you out.